welcome support of Utilita, and we have a number of colleagues from Utilita speaking at the session. So many thanks for that, because it is an unavoidable truth that we cannot do these things without the support of people to support us financially and in spirit. So we're hugely welcome for it. A little bit of housekeeping before we get into the nuts and bolts of it. This is a webinar, so you don't have control over your microphones and your cameras. So you feel free to scream at the screen for whoever says anything out of order or that's intolerable for you. We shouldn't be able to hear you. If that does seep into the conference for any reason, that will just add to the color of the spectacle. So we have throughout the day around, I think my video has been stopped by the host, which I'm not, something I'm probably used to as a CEO of NEA, but would be useful if colleagues were able to allow me to come back onto screen, but I shall keep talking anyway. Am I going to re-emerge? I am uncloaked again. So thank you for that. Keeps you on your toes. We have about 700 people registered for the event throughout the day, which is an extraordinary number. I'm sure that not everybody will come in at the start, and people will dip in throughout the day. So just to remind people that you can use the same login to jump in and out of the conference at any time during the day. There will be a separate login for the online exhibition that we're hosting in the around the lunchtime. So look out for that. I'm sure we're able to broadcast that to you over the chat function. Your mics and your cameras will be off. We've got a number of breaks planned for the day. I would urge people, if they can, to use the hashtags, which again we'll make available on the chat function. It's hashtag NEAConf, NEACONF, and we're hijacking hashtag energy crisis as well. So if you would want to tweet, support, comments, anything else in relationship to the conference, then please do so using those two things. We're also recording this, and it's live on YouTube. So for any potted highlights, pardon me, that you want to see, then go to the YouTube channel. So the purpose of the conference, it's called Support Guarantees Getting Markets Right for Vulnerable Households, Consumers. I'll come to the context in which we meet in a little while. What we're most concerned of is that the intensity of scrutiny and impact of the crisis in its urgent manifestations doesn't blind us to all the other things, all the other moving parts that need to work for vulnerable consumers in energy markets. So we wanted to take the opportunity to come to that. It's not just the urgent, although the urgent is the urgent, it's also the important and the fundamental. So we have a range of speakers and panelists that will join us throughout the day to explore the different aspects of getting markets right for vulnerable households. Thank you very much in advance to all the speakers and participants of it. There's no getting away from the fact. I was going to say the crisis, the energy crisis, casts a long shadow. In many ways, it's more like an eclipse. It's difficult to see our ways to addressing the myriad issues that we need to get right to support vulnerable households until we get the response, the urgent response to the energy crisis right. We haven't done that yet, but we have to make sure that we keep a focus on the other aspects that can be done to support vulnerable households. NEA's role, we always see as being, or I always talk of it as being, a connective tissue, not only in providing advice and support to vulnerable householders, which we do, and many people on the call will be doing as well, not only in advocating policy recommendations to government, regulators, markets, and others, but trying to make sure that we act as this connective tissue to bring people with various priorities together to be able to think through the challenges that we all face through the prism of fuel poverty, of warm homes, and of vulnerability in households. And that's what we're doing today. At this point, I was hoping to introduce Martin Callanan, the Minister for Energy from the government. Martin's been unable to join us. I think that's entirely understandable given the things that government are looking for. And actually, let's be honest, in the absence of some clarity from government about what urgent steps it can take, maybe it's good that we just focus on what we together will be able to do. So I'm going to give unexpectedly, in a slightly scribbled notey way, and without a huge amount of planning, to give some broad reflections from NEA about how we see the crisis context and the urgent, important, and fundamental issues that need to be addressed. So I'm going to take 10 minutes or so to do that before we go to the first panel. However, first of all, we would not be able to do this. And I personally would not be able to do this without paying tribute to a particular individual who I've known for over 20 years. And I apologize. I think many people will know the tragic news about Audrey Gallagher, but some of you may not. And apologies if this is how you hear about it, but Audrey Gallagher passed away at the weekend. Many of you will know Audrey because of her work with Energy UK or with Citizens Advice. I met Audrey when I joined Energy Watch at the turn of the century, from which I think I was brought to Energy Watch to witchify it a little bit, to have a focus on market surveillance and on brand projection and on big ticket campaigning. I think that's why I was brought into Energy Watch. That didn't really happen. I went native very quickly. And I went native at Energy Watch because, and Audrey personified this then and for the rest of her career. Audrey personified this principle that you, as far as you can, inhabit the world of consumers, and especially low-income vulnerable consumers. And from that, you have the platform and the basis to understand issues like market surveillance and proper regulatory priorities and what mechanisms need to be put in place. That never left her. That's what made her so brilliant. That's what made her pretty irreplaceable, indomitable, and able to persevere. It's what also made it very difficult, her, pardon my French, to bullshit in terms of a brand or message. She was always true to herself, and she was always true to that very strong connection with the experience of consumers and vulnerable consumers in particular. She leaves a huge kind of hole, and our love and thoughts are with those family, friends, and many colleagues over the years that have worked with Audrey. But also, we have to say it's a huge lesson that you need to inhabit the space, the lives, the experiences, the challenges, the obstacles of consumers generally and vulnerable consumers in particularly before you have the first chance of trying to of understanding what is an appropriate and proportionate response from government, from regulators, from suppliers, from others to their challenges and their experiences. It's a tragedy. And I think that's why I'm going to draw upon Audrey's approach and experience as we go through the challenges that we're going to talk about in the conference. We can't get away from the context. The context is the energy crisis, the worst single price event with the greatest single impact on low income and fuel poor households, certainly that I've ever seen, and I think any of us have ever experienced. It is catastrophic for low income kind of households. If from October 21 to April 22, without significant mitigation, we see the numbers of households in fuel poverty or at fuel stress, if we want to avoid contaminating the language of government's official definition of fuel poverty, the Lilly definition. Nonetheless, 10% of your income for an affordable level, for a decent level of heat and power, To jump from 4 million to 6 million it's very difficult to contemplate what that actually means. But we have to do that. We have to inhabit what that means for people if we've got any chance of understanding what a proportionate response in the short term and the long term will be. The cost of heating your home for the 83% of households on gas will have doubled in an 18-month period. You don't need me to say, because we're replete with evidence and insight and Resolution Foundations, Joseph Rowntree Foundations and others about what the cost of living means and what the disparity between incomes and expenditure will look like. But of course, we're also seeing lots of case studies, even for people who aren't frontline advice organizations with experience of how people are coping, lots of case studies across the media of just what it means. We say choice between heating and eating, but no choice for many, no choice at all. You do without everything. You have to do without everything. And the consequences of that is in terms of misery, of quality of life, of health and well-being, let alone extreme financial hardship and debt, is going to be at levels we have never seen before. Currently, at the crisis, the response that is still being presented by government, which is wholly inadequate, both in tone and in substance, is that consumers are still protected by pre-crisis mechanisms, by the price cap, by solar, by warm home discount, by other mechanisms. And those mechanisms lose value every day. I've likened the impact of the crisis to a runaway train. We've seen it coming a long way down the track. It's like one of those old movies. It's a straight track. You can see this thing coming. Okay, towards the end of it, we're understanding the speed and the size of the train and the impact and devastation it will cause, but we've seen it coming for months, and we know it will keep on going for some time, and yet we have not seen the leadership or the clarity of thought about how we're going to step in to protect householders. Because to torture the metaphor a little bit longer, everybody gets affected by price rises. We all know that. But there are millions of householders who are tied to the tracks. There's no escape. Energy is essential. You can't substitute it. You need to use it. You don't have the agency or the money to manage it, to avoid it. It is going to hit, which is why the urgent is so desperately needed. We need clarity about what is going to be provided to, not to mitigate, not to lessen, not to take the sting out, but to avert the worst of this crisis for the most vulnerable households. We've seen a lot of binary thinking or binary options. A lot of flags have been raised. A lot of kites have been flown as to what we might be able to do. Sorts of binary choices between bailing out suppliers and supporting vulnerable households, paying for things through bills or paying for it through tax, universal provision or targeting, smoothing effects, or averting the crisis. I mean, for NEA, it's pretty clear that the response to this crisis for householders, for citizens, is one that government must lead. It must be targeted, not the necessary preconditions. There's no binary choices here, but the necessary conditions for a proportionate response are from tax base, government's windfall tax it's had from the energy crisis so far, targeted on the worst affected kind of households, is deep, and to avert the crisis, not just to smooth it. Without those mechanisms, and I think us and other organizations have identified ways in which they could do it, through expanding the winter fuel payments to recipients of cold weather payments or universal credits, to do other mechanisms as well. I won't go through them because I think we'll be discussing them later on. The only choice that's not available to government or to anyone else is this binary choice between gesture and proportionality. We need to see a proportionate response to this crisis, not just a response to the something must be done question. And I think unless we see that soon, we are going to career into the worst of this crisis with no idea about how we can support it. I think probably we'll put the recommendations that NEA have been supporting on the chat function at some stage so people can be cited on that. The case studies that we've seen across the papers and the radio and the TV bring it home what the consequences of this crisis are, of heating one room if you're lucky, of spending your day in your children's room because that's the only room that you can choose to heat, of not cooking, of not bathing, of not showering, of not doing the basics of the essentials. And we have not yet had a severe winter, and pray God we do not have a severe winter. But the desperation of many households will be absolutely experienced by millions. And a little footnote on those case studies. Those case studies are almost entirely provided, organizations like our own and others who will be on this call, from advice and support agencies who have the contacts with clients. Some are through trawls by broadcasters as well, of course, but a lot of them are from that. Let's just make sure that when we think about the urgency of response from government and from regulators and suppliers, we're also aware of the demand that will be placed on advice and support agencies to ensure that no one is left behind, to use a phrase, and that people who need support are able to access support. And the levels of funding and the levels of reach and the mechanisms are going to be really stretched. And that needs to be as much a part of the clarity of thinking about how we support vulnerable households through the process as anybody else. Smoothing the peak is of absolutely reasonable ambition for government because of the universal impact of these price rises. If we smooth the peak and we just keep prices high for the foreseeable future, either as a consequence of smoothing or because of the ongoing behavior in wholesale commodity markets, it is not just an issue for the immediate urgent response from government. It's about how we structure support for the most vulnerable households across the energy market going forward. So just as government needs to see its responsibility not as bailing out energy suppliers, but supporting its most financially vulnerable householders, citizens, so it's the regulator's responsibility to see the inevitable task of resetting the regulatory framework for the retail market, not just as a way of constructing more benign circumstances for suppliers to be able to continue to provide essential services, but to recognize that one of the reasons why we have independent economic regulation in the energy sector is partly because of the imperfect nature of competition, especially on the monopoly network side, but also because it is an essential service. It's an essential service for life and for well-being, and that competition imperfectly serves the interests of certain groups of consumers, low-income consumers in particular. So as we reset, that's where we must start the resetting from, not from the idea of rescuing the market in some ways and expecting it to provide the service, but recognizing, because of the particularity of the situation that we're in, what access to an essential service means. And so one of the things that NEA will be calling for as Ofgem thinks through the difficulties and the many moving parts of how to reset the regulatory framework is to ensure that part of it, as well as the price cap in whatever form it takes, is a recognition of the need for deeper price protection for the most financially vulnerable households. And for us, that means something like a mandated social tariff that's set below the rate of the lowest cost in the market. It is so important that we see not just the urgent government response, but how we take the urgency of that and the impact on householders through to what we do to enable the protection of householders on the lowest income. The other element that, of course, the crisis highlights, and we'll come to this later in the session, in the day as well, is the utter disaster of pulling support from scale energy efficiency projects for low income and fuel poor households over the years. Again, many people will have seen the figures about what the opportunity cost of stepping away from scale energy efficiency has been. I'm really pleased to see the intention to grow eco, and the idea that a good way of protecting the consumers from the impact of the price rises is to stop eco is not a good idea. Let's put it that way. And notwithstanding the steps we've seen of the social housing decarbonisation activity, hugs coming forward, the extension of eco elements of the green home grants, especially the LAD scheme, unless we have a decade-long commitment at scale, programs for which supply chains can articulate themselves around and consumers can have some confidence about the outcomes, we will not be responding to any sort of crisis, net zero or energy crisis at all. People may have heard me use the phrase before, there is no pathway to net zero that doesn't travel through the homes of the poor. That is true, and there's no pathway to eradicating fuel poverty and the misery of cold and damp homes that doesn't involve thoroughgoing energy efficiency programs as part of a wider decarbonisation strategy. So that needs to happen as well. Advice and support is going to be absolutely critical. I think this is where I'll stop my remarks, and then we'll bring in the panel. For organisations like NEA, who've had the experience of COVID and the economic downturn and massive increase in demands, new cohorts coming into the need for that sort of support, we're going to see that multiplied, and for a long time because of the impact of the energy crisis. I want to give a word of thanks to Martin Lewis because he's made a significant donation which enables us to have different ways of reaching that growing cohort, and that's really important. But what we need is a properly funded advice and support sector that can plan for more than one scheme year about how you set about targeting and delivering support. That support needs to be guaranteed for people who are eligible for essential support to get them through things like this energy crisis, but the crisis that many people experience every year, notwithstanding commodity price rises. If you're eligible for that support, you should receive that support. It's time we got way beyond the lotteries of warm home discount rebate availability, of demand response capacity in organizations like NEA, beyond trying to package together elements of support so it's something that's fit for purpose, something that meets the needs of households with their multiple demands. And if we have support available for eligible households, we need to make that support guaranteed. So as well as immediate financial support for the most vulnerable, as well as long-term action on energy efficiency, as well as making sure that price protection is focused on the people in the greatest need, we also need to make sure that support packages are available to everybody who is eligible and in need. So that was in lieu of Martin Callahan's contribution. I hope that I'm looking now to see how many people I've lost during that kind of ramble. Not too many, so that's quite good. So actually, if now we're able to, for the first set of panelists to uncloak with their cameras and come onto the screen, that would be absolutely excellent. So I'm delighted for this first session, key challenges and opportunities for vulnerable consumers within retail markets. So it's quite a catch-all title, but I think we're going to focus on the immediacy of the crisis and what needs to be done. I'm absolutely delighted that Dan Elchin from Energy UK has joined us. Alex Belsham Harris from Citizens Advice, who's been doing some fantastic kind of work as an organization, but Alex, you individually as well. Derek Lickerish. Derek is the chair of Utilita, but has chaired so many things throughout your life, kind of not least National Energy Action for a number of years, and the Fuel Poverty Advisory Group. Meghna Tiwari, who lots of you will know, kind of head of vulnerability at Ofgem. So I'm delighted that we have such a great start to the panel. I think we've asked you to speak for kind of 5 or so minutes, but I think we've got some time. It's a small panel, so I shan't be too vigorous in shutting people off. The order will be Dan, then Derek, then Alex, and Meghna, if that's kind of okay. I don't know whether people are sharing screens and providing kind of PowerPoints. I live in a post-PowerPoint age, which is as much to do with technical incompetence as any more highfalutin ambitions. But we've asked them to think about some of the immediacy, what needs to be done and why it needs to be done, and how we need to do it. But I'm going to start with Dan, if I may. So over to you.
Thanks, Adam. And just to kick off and say thank you for your kind words for Audrey. I probably won't say much more because I think the rest of us on the panel will probably break down, but I just wanted to say thank you. I'm Dan Ouchin from Energy UK, Deputy Director of Policy there. For those of you who don't know us, we're a trade association for electricity suppliers and gas suppliers and electricity generators. We've got over 100 members, including nowadays pretty much all of the gas and electricity suppliers. So as Adam said, I was going to talk about sort of the immediacy of the crisis that we see in front of us. And I think, Adam, you've covered a lot of this already. But I think we recognise it's been a tough winter already, with the price cap going up by sort of 12% last October. And we know that's caused real difficulties for households across the country. I was quite taken aback and struck last week. I was sat at the Money Advice Trust Partnership Board, and I think for the first time in sort of their history, tracking their calls, energy bills had overtaken council tax as one of the leading calls for reasons people seeking out money advice, saying, what the difficulty we're already seeing in this market is. And I think that makes it even more difficult to know that the worst of this current crisis is still to come. We've had a price cap, and while it's not been the intent of the price cap, it has shielded millions of households across Great Britain from the true cost of energy this winter. We have been in a situation where suppliers, in effect, have been subsidising customers' tariffs when they're on price capped or standard variable tariffs over the course of this winter. Sometimes by up to sort of £400 to £600 per customer, and that unfortunately means that when Ofgem comes to look at the tariff cap in a couple of weeks, it's going to have to increase in April, and it's going to have to increase dramatically. You'll have seen, everyone will have seen the press over recent weeks, 50% increases, talking about the tariff cap going up to £1,800, £1,900, £2,000. And the sad truth of that is, if that doesn't occur, we'll see more companies fail, and we'll see more costs added to consumer bills down the line through solar and SAR. And that's going to be challenging, as Adam said, for millions of households. 6 million households spending more than 10% of their income to heat their homes on their energy bills is horrific, and it is unprecedented. And we also need to think about those. I think we often think about those people already at risk of fuel poverty or in vulnerable circumstances. But I think, much like COVID over the last 2 years, we're also going to see lots of households struggling potentially for the first time. If I'm a household that regularly fixed my energy bill and made and took advantage of the cheap deals that are out there, we're going to see people rolling off £900, £1,000 energy bills and onto energy bills that are 100%, 110% higher than what their energy bills were the day before. And that's going to be really challenging for lots of households that have never had to deal with these sort of challenges before. And then we also need to think about the wider impacts on the economy. While it's going to be really difficult just from an energy bill front, we've also seen lots of reports that these sort of price increases are going to add 1% to 2% to inflation. Business energy costs are going up as well. So these costs are going to feed through into the high cost of goods and services for households as well, sort of further spinning that sort of inflation cycle up. We've been saying a lot over recent weeks that this isn't just an energy crisis anymore. We've got an economic crisis here on our hands. And to Adam's point, that, there is a very real need for government intervention here. And we can go into when we do all the questions, all the different solutions that have been sort of talked about and argued for over recent weeks. But I think particularly struck by Adam's point that each of them on their own is probably insufficient, and what we actually need is a comprehensive package of measures coming from government here to as Adam said, stave off and address sort of the crisis that we have on our hands. Also very conscious that there is a very real role for energy suppliers here. Always say if people are struggling and people are worried about their energy bills, we want them to call their energy supplier. We know there is support there. As Adam said, a lot of it is pre-current crisis support, but there is nonetheless support available there. And it's something we as an industry want to continue promoting and ensuring we are providing good services to our customers. And hence why in Energy UK, we've been working on things like our vulnerability commitment, where we've got 11 suppliers who are going above and beyond their license conditions. First annual report of that commitment was published towards the end of last year and highlights some really good examples of best practice from across the sector. We'd really encourage people and other suppliers to take a look at. Finally, I just wanted to touch on Adam's final point, though, in terms of the opportunity of this. I suppose no good crisis should ever go to waste, right? There is also an opportunity here for us to ask the question about what is the retail market we want? What is it we want of energy supplies and of the energy supply sector? As you know, we also are on the precipice of a net zero transition. And if we are going to successfully complete that, we are going to need to help people to decarbonize their homes. We're going to have to help them change how they transport through electric vehicles. You're going to have to think about how we can get gas boilers out of homes and look to alternative systems of heating. And suppliers are going to be at the forefront of that. And the retail market is going to be at the forefront of driving that behavior change. So I think there is an opportunity here, with things like BEIS's retail market strategy refresh and Ofgem in their forward work program, noting that they also want to look at their retail market strategy, for us to have some really sort of open and honest conversations about what is the retail market we need, what are the outcomes we want to see it deliver for customers, and how do we put in place a framework that gives us an energy market where we can ensure energy is affordable, customers get excellent service, and also keeps us on track for those net zero ambitions for 2030, 2040, and 2050. So I'll probably just leave it there if it's all right.
Beautifully timed as well. Thank you so much, Dan. And look, many of those things there, new cohorts coming in that need support. What's the retail market for? And it needs to be for net zero and for vulnerable households and for generality of consumers. So the nexus of issues is never going to be simple. It can't be. It needs to be complex, and it's how we integrate those things together. So over to Derek. Derek is my old chair. You can take as long as you want. You can do whatever you want. Can't impose any restrictions on you. But from utility and your own personal viewpoint, Derek.
Sure. Well, good morning. And firstly to Audrey. I knew Audrey for well over 20 years, maybe longer. God rest her soul. We always spoke about her as being on the side of the angels, and I'm sure she's with them now. So with that, I'd like to just say one or two things. I will only take 5 minutes. My anxiety about everything here is one of urgency. And the government's got so many issues on its plate. And we all know the issues at the moment going on in number 10. If we're not careful, they will just kick the can down the road on this issue. And we must not let them get away with it. And although the new price cap won't bite for many until next winter, it will bite for an awful lot of the constituency we represent straight away. And I've asked for what gas is trading at the moment. So gas for this summer is £2.03. For next winter, it's £2.10. And just to put that into sharp focus, we were buying on the wholesale market gas about 12 months or so ago between 60 and 70 pence a therm. So we've got gas has at least tripled for next winter. And I have an anxiety that too many people are gambling that the price of gas is going to come down. And I don't support that view at all just now, not with troops amassing outside the Ukraine, and we know who's behind all that. And also, of course, the world demand for gas. At the time gas peaked to over £4 a therm, that particular day, China went to the market for huge volumes of gas. to build gas-fired power stations. The only thing you can say is that I'm glad they're building gas and not more coal, because they seemingly churn them out every few weeks. So I don't see at the moment much light at the end of the tunnel. The prices will go down. So this is only going to become even more urgent, if that's possible, that we see government take some action. And when I look at the demand that we have as a company, as Utilita, we have 800,000 prepayment customers, and 90% of them have smart meters. But when the Warm Homes Discount comes around every year, this last 12 months, 130,000 of our customers applied for the Warm Homes Discount. And what are we able to meet? 44,750 customers got the Warm Homes Discount. So the demand is massive here. And you can imagine what it's going to be as we get into next winter and indeed in the summer. We'll come on later to what can happen to the Warm Homes Discount, because I think we all recognise it's a very good mechanism. It's about quantum, and it's about who you give it to, and it can be more tightly targeted. But there are some sacred cows that I think have to come up for opportunity in this crisis. And here I'm thinking about the fact that the universal benefit of the winter fuel payments going to everyone over a certain age, that costs getting on for £3 billion a year. That has to be looked at. It's something we looked at when I was the chairman of the government's Fuel Poverty Advisory Group. But it's given to all high rate taxpayers. That cannot be right in the circumstances in which we find ourselves now. You will have all heard the talk about the cost of the failed companies. I can't believe the figure that is going to get to eventually, where we see so far somewhere between £2 and £3 billion worth of cost for failed suppliers. If you add to that bulb at £1.7 billion, we're going to be looking at somewhere between 4 and 5 billion to be added to bills. We have to put that off. While some people are talking about putting it off for, a couple of years, let's try and phase that over maybe 10 years, 15 years. We have to do something to try and keep bills down. For as long as I can remember, we have been banging on to the Treasury about incomes and the way in which that's going to be dealt with. I'm fearful, unless MPs' post bags are bulging over this issue to help customers, we won't see a sufficient activity there from the government. When I look at some of the things that we've been able to do as a supplier to help customers, we are going to have to think even harder about it. I'm hoping that we will see, for instance, because of smart meters, we have been able to give 615,000 of our customers the opportunity to advance vend from a means when they don't, we can help sync their vending to their smart prepayment meters to suit their income. So even if they, for example, have not had sufficient income to add to their meters, where they have been able to defer it by getting an electronic loan from us to charge the meter, which then catches up with their pathway of income. So there are some things on the smart front we need to look at much more of that kind of thing. When I hear you talk, Adam, about people having to just heat one room, it breaks my heart that we are going to see customers going in that direction. And I wonder what the industry can do and other interested parties in trying to make sure customers can understand the best way of reducing heat loss. And some of the customers that I've seen in various newspaper articles recently, where they have got a very cold home. But then I saw a lady the other day, she's sitting in front of a huge bay window with no curtains. It's double glazed. And I can imagine that every bit of heat that she's putting in that room is going straight out of those windows. How many more customers have we got in that situation? And now with energy going to be so expensive, and so precious, we have to educate ways in which they can stop the waste of heat going out through their buildings. And we haven't got much time, have we? The next heating starts in October, and that's when real issues are going to bite. And we all know the causes of respiratory infections and all those kind of things. A lot of that emanates from having a very, very cold home. I'm struck by the way in which the team at Utilita, are trying to get their heads around this. And I'm very glad that Dan has said the industry has a role to play in this. And I get, in an emergency situation, we need to take emergency action. And we need to have some universal kind of heat doctor network set up with volunteers and others. And it's easy to say, but it's going to be very hard to do, where there is a first line of contact on a universal basis to try and get people to go and help customers who are in extreme difficulty. And I don't know quite how we're going to do it, but I think we have the grit, the kit, and the determination to do it, so that we can stop the huge explosion in excess winter deaths that are, I think, inevitable unless we do something to stop this crisis, which is coming towards us at 180 miles an hour. So I'll leave that thought with you and look forward to the question and answer session later on.
Thanks, Derek. And also a good reminder to put your questions in the Q&A. There's a typically brilliant one from Alex Hartley in there already, which we'll come to later on, but please do use the Q&A session. And Derek, your points, this ain't no blip. How long it extends for, we don't know, but it's no blip, and you can't sit there with your fingers crossed hoping that markets will resolve themselves in a beautiful kind of way. The targeting is necessary, but I'm also alert to Dan's point that new cohorts coming into frame who may not be on universal credit or other welfare benefits, and we have that. But the demand for warm home discount and the inadequacy of broader group being able to meet it is, it is just an absolutely impossible situation. So we're going to move to Alex. Citizens Advice doing, as usual, kind of sterling work, but also you doing some sterling work on the policy line, but also on promoting kind of some of the issues on Twitter. So Alex, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. I guess just to echo what everyone said so far around Audrey, she's a really valued colleague and friend for us at Citizens Advice, and she'll be very missed. So I thought I'd start with that. And I also am in the position in the lineup where I'm at risk of repeating what other people have said, and I do agree with much of what people have said so far. And because my notes are on the screen, I don't have the opportunity to scribble bits out as other people have been speaking, so apologies if I do repeat something inadvertently. But I think, as everyone's said, this is an unprecedented crisis. We've seen sort of multiple waves of this. I guess initially it kind of became apparent very quickly as prices rose in the wholesale market that the retail market really was a house of cards in many places, and that the reforms that had been made in recent years to try and improve supply resilience hadn't been effective. So 28 suppliers have failed in a matter of months, and that affects over 4 million households. So that alone is a crisis for those people, many of whom would have seen price rises of £30 a month, including many who are on lower incomes. Obviously, people who switch often characterised as affluent customers only, but that isn't the case for many households. And alongside that, we also saw the biggest price rise we'd ever seen in the cap already in October. And as people's fixed deals have ended, more and more households on the price cap, so now over 7 million more than before the crisis began. So these are huge sort of structural changes in the retail market that we've seen. And alongside that, government policy has affected people on the lowest incomes particularly negatively as well. The universal credit cuts in October really sort of damaging for those families, losing £20 a week, many of whom can't make up those losses through earning more money through the lower taper rate. So this is creating real hardship, and at Citizens Advice we're already helping one person every 40 seconds with a fuel debt problem. That's, I think, up 40% on the year previous, and the number of people contacting us because they can't afford to top up their meter has already doubled. So we talk a lot about what's going to happen in April, but there is already a crisis for many households, and that's obviously really worrying for us. And looking ahead, as everyone said, these prices are likely to rise. I won't cover it in depth what the scale of that price is likely to be, but incredibly painful for almost all families, and for many just completely unmanageable. So our analysis showed that for households on the basic rate of universal credit, energy costs will now make up around 1/3 of the income that they have. So that's up from an average over the last 20 years of around, I think, 15, maybe up to the low 20% at times. So a much bigger portion of that income than it has been in the past. And I think, as Derek said, this unfortunately is not likely to be a short-term issue as we might have hoped last year, and prices could go even higher and persist for quite a long time. And I think that impacts significantly on what the policy approach from government should be. And I think also, just to add, this isn't really just an energy problem either, that there is much wider inflationary pressure in the economy, inflation rising to 7%, and we know that will hit those on lowest incomes who spend more of their money on essentials hardest as well. A rising price of food and fuel for people who need to drive to work, all of those things going up really high as well. So I think, as others have said, and as Adam said right at the start, a focus on targeted support for people who are hardest hit is really vital. That is the sort of must have from government, because these are the people that just won't be able to cope with the price rises we're likely to see. We've said at Citizens Advice that the benefit system is the best way to support those families, with both the energy costs that we're likely to see and also the wider costs through higher inflation. And we saw during COVID that universal credit could get money to people quickly, and was actually quite a success story in supporting many more households than it had previously. And given the likely longer period of these price rises, it's also likely to be a more sustainable solution for people. So we've called for a couple of things, one of which is a one-off payment to people in April to help them sort of manage and adjust to higher prices and pay their winter bill if that's something that they're likely to receive at that sort of time, and then also to accelerate the rate at which inflation is passed through to the rate of universal credit. So currently, I think it's due to be put up by 3% in line with inflation as it was in September. But we know that inflation is likely to be running much closer to 7% at the time that universal credit is actually adjusted. So government should bring that increase forwards to support people. I think, unfortunately, the sad reality is that the politics is taking a long time to sort of catch up to the crisis and what it really means, and that many of the ideas that we're seeing being floated to support people are kind of ways to get around using the benefit system to support people, and some of them are just much more complicated ways to achieve many of the same outcomes. So hopefully we will see a change and sort of a acceptance that this system is the best way to support most households on lowest incomes. But that's not to say that energy schemes don't also play an important role, and I think we've covered warm home discount well, so I won't go into that, but I think definitely support what Derek was saying around looking again at eligibility and the amount that's given to people. And I think also another change, because of the longer term nature of price increases, is that the role for energy efficiency needs to be considered differently. The longer these prices persist, although it's slower to deliver, the more important energy efficiency becomes for households. And so when there were rumours of cuts to the eco scheme on the proposals that were put out last year, that's just a sort of devastating decision. And we know that previous cuts, as Adam mentioned, have really cost families billions of pounds cumulatively at this point. So really important that we need to avoid that. But I think what this does mean is that you leave many households on middle incomes who will still face very, very high energy costs, and there is need to be some sort of difficult conversations with some people around how to best manage that, what steps they can take to reduce their energy usage and manage these higher bills, because it's not going to be possible to mitigate the impacts of these price rises for everyone, sadly. I'll probably leave talking about the price cap for now, but I think to come to which is part of a part, but to come to the role of government and regulators and what we need to do sort of next. I think we really need the government to lead. It's the only one that can really pump money into people's pockets in the most meaningful way. And it also, as Dan said, needs to develop a longer term strategy for the retail market that is new, sort of fit for this new reality that we're seeing. And Ofgem has a big job on its hands too. It has a big cleanup job to do, sadly, as a result of the problems that we saw in the retail market. It needs to improve supply resilience and rebuild consumer trust that has been heavily damaged by the crisis that we've seen. We need to make sure that what happened in terms of the number of supply failures can't happen again. And we also know that lots of suppliers, or rather too many, maybe rather than lots, weren't following Ofgem's rules and weren't providing the support that people deserved and needed, and weren't providing a service that was adequate. And so we really need to address the sort of culture in the industry to make sure that we see higher standards in future and make sure that people are supported when they need it. So that is a real big challenge for industry, and I won't pretend that it isn't. We know that they're already coping with these millions of customers moving through the SOLAR process, and we'll need to prepare to support many more customers than they have previously with energy affordability and to meet the obligations that they have to those customers. And as Adam said, that is a real challenge for us in the advice sector as well. We're likely to see many more people coming to us, and unless there is adequate support put in place, really very little for us to support people towards, which is going to be very, very challenging. So it comes down to more support for advice services, and then having something to actually give to those people to help them, but also potentially a clearer strategy for how these services link to each other. So I think we've seen in recent years increases in fuel vouchers, for example, during COVID, but then that's exposed some of the difficulties in the user journey and people having unnecessarily complicated routes to getting to support at really difficult points in their lives. So there's probably something there that we could do to think about how to sort of streamline some of that and make sure people are getting the support they need more easily.
Thanks. I'm just kind of conscious that I want to get to the Q&A, but thank you. That was important. A couple of things take from that. One, of course, is that this is a cost of living crisis. And to be honest, however government gets the money into people's pockets to the most vulnerable, it's the scale of the response that's needed, and those new cohorts of people who aren't caught with that, they're going to be crushed as well. So thanks for that. I just want to get to the Q&A as quickly as I can. So Meghna, can I turn to you? Thank you, Meghna. I know there's a JAMA board meeting going on today, so I don't know whether this is light relief or this is a distraction for you, but over to you.
Thank you, Adam. Not you know what my priorities are, and therefore I'm here. Thank you. I'm conscious of time, and I also want to get to the Q&A and hear from the audience. So thank you for inviting us. I also wanted to echo what you said about Audrey. When I started out in vulnerability area, she was one of the experts who really supported me. I'll miss her terribly. So I thought I will cover, since everybody so eloquently set out the problem and the challenge of the short term versus the long term, I thought I'll just add my own reflections to what I think are really the short-term sort of priorities as we sit in our role as a regulator. So absolutely, I'd echo what Dan as well as Alex was saying around the importance of driving up supplier conduct. And that's absolutely a #1 priority for us as a regulator. There are pockets of good and sensible behavior, but then there is still room for driving up responsive and proactive support. I was recently at the consumer panel that Ofgem runs. So these are panels where we speak directly to customers and get a sense of, what is their life looking like. And it's really, it's a kind of thing that really makes for rich regulatory policies, but it really sort of makes you feel quite humble about what's going on in the wider world. And some of the themes that came out of it were really around what other speakers have touched on. It is about no customer wants free energy. They all understand they have to pay for their energy. What they really look for is support and flexibility in how they make that payments. Again, clear area for industry to make sure that they are following the rules that are in place. The second thing was around there's a bigger and bigger cohort of customers in vulnerable situations joining this world. And so just knowing where to turn to for advice, a real opportunity again for industry as well as for other partner agencies to think about how best to make them aware of where to turn to for support and give them that necessary sort of guidance about knowing that they will stay on supply, and that there's lots of help available in terms of how they approach their energy usage, but also where they turn to for help. And I thought that that's really quite clear, tangible things that can be done in the now, in terms of industry taking ownership. The other bit I'd say is that there is we all know what's been happening with the energy market, and I know there's been a lot of conversations that a lot of us have had one-to-one about what does the future of the retail market looks like. And Ofgem is absolutely focused in ensuring that that the entry into this market is based on quite robust checks and ongoing checks of resilience. But also there are things that I think that industry could do now in terms of making sure that they have in place good customer protection plans. A lot of good work came out through the crisis, before the crisis, during the pandemic when it started. Some really innovative things that some suppliers do. So I really think that whilst the reform is being worked out and the policies are being worked out, there is an opportunity to step up and be innovative and think about how best to support the customers. The last thing I'd say is around distribution. So I'm absolutely a huge fan of all the things that people were saying here on the government reform agenda. So, really better targeting of who you are targeting. And secondly, really looking across the board in terms of, the size of that purse. So that those are things that are for government, and we'll continue to work with them on these areas. The other bit I'd like to talk about is that there is a real need to understand what the current crisis has shown. And what it has shown us is that it's showed that millions and millions of people are going to struggle with the cost of living. What's quite important is to make sure that these distributional impacts don't carry on into the future as we think about net zero. And that's something that Ofgem's quite devoted to. We have in place a distributional analysis tool where we look across where are the current unfairnesses in the market, so to speak. And we need to address them along with government, as well as working with industry and with consumer groups, because otherwise you create a future net zero world where those differences just widen and widen. So those are my sort of main things, and I'm conscious of time, so I'll stop talking and I'll look forward to the questions.
Thanks, Magda. And I can only think about what the conversations at Gemma are going to be this afternoon. So we've got a number of questions that are coming through, which are really good. We haven't got much time, so I'm going to jump into a couple that have come up already. So I've talked about people's lives are going to be devastated. I've said that on the media, and there's always the risk that if you tell people their lives are devastated, then they'll start behaving like their lives are devastated, and they will only heat one room, and they won't take the steps to keep themselves warm. And that's not a trivial issue, especially with the amount of media penetration. This is from Alex Hartley. It's a great question. And I guess it's about what can we do as a system, advice organizations, suppliers, regulators, and advocacy organizations, just to try and make sure that people's behaviors respond to the situation they're in and the support that's available, rather than some of the kind of headline grabbing statements that are made, because it's a really crucial issue that we don't want to make people's personal circumstances worse, even if we're talking about the truth of the situation that people might find themselves in. I don't know if anybody fancies jumping in about that, and if not, I shall pick someone. I mean, maybe Meghna, can we start with you? Given you were so good with your time, I'll give you a little bit more space about that. Then I'm going to come to Alex, because particularly it's an issue for Citizens Advice as the statutory consumer organisation and the big brand.
I think there are two things. I mean, one is, of course, the importance of holding suppliers to account and conduct. So there's really, and I know we've got a dedicated inbox, for example, that's quite busy in terms of addressing addressing things as they are happening on the ground. The second bit is about the importance of highlighting what good looks like. And there are opportunities to highlight that on different platforms. So for instance, we published the Consumer Protection Report, where we set out what we think are good practices, and we really, deep dived into particular subcategories. So we looked at, what do the challenges of a disabled household look like versus different categories. I think there is a lot of scope to highlight what good looks like, and that's where at least our focus as a regulator is.
Alex, what do you think the balance needs to be between telling the awful truth about the situation, but enabling people to find the best way forward, find a way forward?
Yeah, so it is a really big challenge, and one we're definitely aware of. I'd say that we always do try to give advice alongside some of these messages, but I don't think we can sort of sugarcoat what we think the reality is likely to be. I should say as well, Energy UK have done a good job of promoting the extra support that suppliers have got in place this winter as part of their messaging as well. And I know that's something that they're always keen to do, and that we've been backing them up on. I think looking ahead, this is likely to be a huge challenge if government doesn't announce support at the same time as the price cap and that increase is announced, and then as people receive letters from their suppliers telling them what their new bill is going to be. I think if there is a gap between the price cap announcement and we have to wait until the spring fiscal statement to know what support will be, that is a period of about 6 to 8 weeks where it won't just be the media telling people that there's something scary happening to energy bills. They'll be getting a letter through the post that tells them what that is going to be for them individually, and that's going to be a really difficult challenge. And I think that's why it's important that the government moves with urgency to announce support at the same time as these price rises are announced, because otherwise there will be a lot of people left in limbo. I think, and also if that does happen, as advice organisations, we need to be ready for people to contact us, ask for help, and obviously we'll be continuing to sort of advise them on what is available, even while we wait to know what extra might be coming down the way. So it is a really difficult balancing act, but I would be wary of us sort of pulling back on the accelerator of calling for support, because that is in the longer term is going to be the only way we can force government to act, really.
I think that's right. Derry, do you want to come in very quickly?
Very quickly. I think this is we have to mobilise the population of the country. That's what we have to do. I mean, when I live in an area where if there's a problem, everyone gets together and they help someone sort it out. People will knit things. They will do all kinds of things. I mean, and one would hope something very well organised in terms of social media about what you can do at home, so that we are giving someone, not all, but some opportunity and some hope that they can get through this difficult period. And I've said this once before, but when you think of programs like EastEnders and Coronation Street, watched by millions, something should feature in the storyline, hopefully not talking a disaster into existence, but just something which gives a thread and something for people to think about, that yes, I could do that, and it'll make my energy go further. So I understand the danger of talking it into existence and it being worse than people think, but I think it's hard to underestimate how tough this is going to be.
I agree with that. A number of the questions that have been coming around have been about particular elements of the support package, and if we can put warm home discount to one side for a bit, a kind of general question, but especially to Dan and Derek from the supply and the trade association angle, what extra support packages do we need, or what extra consistency do we need? Lots of talk about fast debt repayment, about consistency, about top-ups and vouchers. What ingredient are we missing, maybe that we've experienced through the COVID response, that we need to make consistent from all suppliers to just tap into the scale of the problem? Dan, can I come to you first?
Sorry, on mute and struggling to take it off. Yeah, it's a big question, Adam. Right? If I take it back to the vulnerability commitment that we ran for the first year last year, and I look at that best practice document, there is a huge amount in that sort of document that sort of is highlighted as good examples of best practice across sort of everything from customer service to debt collection to supporting people at risk of self-disconnection, where I think there's probably stuff in there that every supplier can learn from. In terms of increased consistency, I think one of the reflections I have on the past few years is we do already have a pretty extensive rule book that Ofgem sit over and look after. I think there is certainly something about how do we ensure that everyone is living up to the expectations of that license and what is required of them. And there is certainly a role, I think, there for Ofgem and its compliance and enforcement framework for pushing that, and then for industry standards going above and beyond that. I think when it comes to things like prepayment top-ups and things like that and discretionary credit, there is always a difficult balance you need to strike as a supplier about, you know, supporting the customer with their individual needs, but not allowing that situation to escalate to a point where it becomes unmanageable going forwards. So I think there is a really difficult decision and balance suppliers have to take there. And then I think more broadly, just bringing it back to the scale of the crisis we're dealing with. You know, we're talking about energy bills going up by £600-700. So I think there is a need for new and additional support, you know, not necessarily just how to ensure greater consistency where that's potentially necessary, but there is a real need for something new to come in and fill that gap and provide support to individuals.
Yeah. Derek, over to you then. Megna, I think you had your hand up for a while, so I think it'll come to you next.
Very quickly, we've started to put energy hubs back on the high street, and we have 8 of them. We've got plans to do more. And you can go to some of our energy hubs and get energy efficiency advice. And I think that's a growing trend. And particularly when you look at net zero, people want to be able to talk about it face to face because it's quite a complex subject. In terms of smart meters, not everyone's got a smart meter, but certainly suppliers can start looking at when people are using their consumption, trying to give them help and advice on have you got something running at night which is wasting energy. I think that's helpful. And we're going to look more at the opportunity for this advanced vend to help people synchronize income with their vending. So there is a lot we can do increasingly in a smart world, but that's going to take time. And I appreciate the issue is now. And we have to get our creative minds at work about short, quick fixes to keep people warm. We're going to have a go at it.
Sorry, Derek. Megna.
Yeah, I agree what Derek is saying around, you know, the creative minds and the potential of smart. I mean, certainly one of the things that I observed during the pandemic and more recently is that companies or suppliers that had better smart systems were able to respond much better to the demands of their customer base. The one thing I'd say is that there is a real need to understand which bits of the population are worst off. So, you know, vulnerability is not a homogeneous block. It's heterogeneous within it. So if you pick up disabled groups, you know that there are things that are, you know, they are worse off than others in terms of, and there's amazing work that certain charities like Scope have done to really quantify that difference. So there is something that I think part of the Energy UK commitments, which I think everybody in industry should really seriously be signing up to and taking seriously, is to think about where are the pockets of the worst harm, and it could be disabled groups, it could be something else, and then try and develop where your limited resources are best used. So I'd really encourage that kind of approach rather than a consistent, you know, everybody's vulnerable in the same way type approach.
And there's another issue that follows on from that, which is we talk about a lot of the mechanisms are associated with the regulatory structure of the GB market. So for people in rural communities, heating through oil, actually for everybody in Northern Ireland who doesn't have the same sort of protections that we have in the GB market, if we just play around with the regulatory framework in the GB gas and electricity market, we miss them out. And maybe this is the big driver that we need to get energy efficiency as the major kind of issue. I think we've all kind of mentioned energy efficiency to one extent, but do we see this as energy efficiency seen as too difficult, too many households to do, not attractive enough? You know, something else is much more bright and shiny. Is this the time that we need to push pedal to the floor on energy efficiency? I'll go to Alex first.
Sorry, yeah, thanks. I was going to, in response to that, because I had seen that comment in the Q&A, I thought it was an interesting one around people off the gas grid, and I would say also not in rural locations, people on heat networks. Already some people seeing really big increases there because they're not protected by the price cap. So I guess to come back to a point I made in my remarks, that one reason why a benefits type solution is more comprehensive is that it does reach everyone on lower incomes, not just those who are using gas and electricity through our in GB. So it does sort of reach through some of those gaps. But yeah, I think absolutely in terms of energy efficiency, it does show that we really need to keep the pressure up on that side of things. I think it's probably, frankly, it's a shame that we have just had the Green Homes grant experience that we have, because it's probably burned government in terms of trying to put together another energy efficiency scheme quite quickly. I do think the politics of that are quite challenging, but that's why it's more important that we have lay sort of much more well-laid plans and keep to the plans that we have got in place, like eco, as well as the other newer schemes that I know government's putting in, and basically don't resile from those in the face of these price rises, but actually go even further if we can.
Thanks, Alex. Dan, over to you. Then I'm going to ask one very, very quick, one word or maybe a couple of word questions for everybody.
Yeah, no, I was going to agree largely with what Alex said, just in terms of heat networks. I think it also tells us why it's important. We also ensure we have a regulatory framework that captures how people heat their homes and use power in their homes. And it should hopefully encourage us to accelerate plans that are already underfoot to bring things like heat networks within the regulatory structure. And then on energy efficiency, the answer is, it's yes, Adam. We need to accelerate it. We should have accelerated it. We've wasted the past 10 years, right, since Warmfront came to a close. So absolutely, and it's programs like Eco, for the last decade and programs before that show it can be done. It doesn't need to be difficult. It doesn't need to be hard. It's about commitment. It's about effort, and it's about putting the cash up behind it, right? And if we do that, we know we can do it. But you can't do it overnight. You can't rush these things. It takes time to build supply chains. But with the right planning and the right effort, it's not rocket science.
So look, apologies to everyone who's asked fantastic questions. We'll take them away and see whether we can't kind of find some way of answering them. Tom, just one very, very quick question. I don't know when we're expecting to see government's kind of response to it. It could be when the price cap is announced. It could be the fiscal event on the 23rd of March. Big question is, do we think it's going to be gestural, or do we think it's going to be proportionate? So are we girding ourselves for a long fight for kind of urgent response, or do we think government has finally got the message of the urgency? So maybe Derek, you first.
I don't think that the government has got the message. I think it'll be soggy and vague. And the only thing that's going to change that will be our determination and tell the government what we want collectively. And that's the only way we will see something that's anywhere near suitable.
Yeah, Meghna, you're allowed to be diplomatic and evasive if you'd like, but what's your view?
So we will continue to focus our efforts on informing government of the detriment that's happening and supporting it in its policy work. That's where we'll devote our energies to.
Dan, what do you think?
I agree with Derek. I can't say it better. Yeah, I agree with Derek.
Last word to the advocate, Alex.
I think it's not just about how much is announced, but who it's announced for. I think if we get the targeted support right in the next few weeks, then we can continue to argue about what could be done more broadly. And I'm sure that energy will be a hot topic in politics for the rest of the year, regardless of what is announced in April. But I think if we don't get that right at that stage, then A, people are put at risk for much longer, and B, it's always harder to build a case around targeted support. I think we know when everyone else is feeling like they've been supported, so really need to keep pressure on in that sphere, I think.
Thanks very much. Look, thank you so much to everyone, to Dan, Derek, Meghna, and Alex. Thank you so much for the questions. I've taken you a little bit over time, but even if you have the most complicated beverage construction system in the world, you should still be able to make a cup of tea. So there's a break now from 11 till 11:30. If people leave the link, use the same link to come back. Otherwise, cameras and microphones will remain off. Thank you ever so much for a great start to the session. Huge amount of sessions coming up, and we'll have a wonderful day by the end of it. So thank you very much, and see everyone in a little while.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Hi everyone. Hi Sasha. I'm just going to wait a few minutes because we've got a few drops in the numbers. So just wanted to make sure everybody got back from making their teas and coffees, and then we'll start. The numbers seem to be staying pretty steady, so let's kind of kick off and hope you'll be joined by more people. So welcome all to this session to discuss existing support and how far it takes us. For those of you that don't know, I'm Danny Barnes, NEA's Director of Operations. I work alongside my colleague Peter Sunby. We head up NEA's practical delivery work. One of the key activities that we deliver against is our Warm and Safe Homes Advice Service, delivering both energy advice and welfare benefits support. And also we deliver accredited training qualifications to enhance the quality of energy advice. So two kind of really relevant strands of work to this session today. I appreciate that some practical support was covered off this morning, but this session hopefully brings it all into one space and also gives us the opportunity to talk about what's available now for vulnerable energy customers, particularly in the context of the energy crisis, but also what some of the gaps are and some of sort of the key asks from NEA. I'm delighted to be joined by Sasha Dixon, Utilities Extra Care Team Leader, to understand more about the support they have in place. And I know there were some questions from this morning's session that may come up today as well. Just before I hand over to Sasha, I just want to briefly set out what we know currently exists. I think many of you on the call will know we have kind of a range of tools in our toolbox, as it were, for supporting people who are struggling. But in the current context, they really just don't go far enough. Once upon a time, switching was a really key top tip and quite a quick win. But now the maths and the numbers just don't really stack up, and it's making it much harder to talk through with people around tariff information, help them understand. And the general majority advice is not to switch, to stick with the protection that's provided by the price cap. That's not a definitive no switching ever, and we know that it will probably change in the future, but right now it's a much more painful task of weighing up costs versus benefits and what may or may not be on the horizon. So just what we do have, I guess, kind of option number one, I think everybody will appreciate, is understanding potential benefit entitlement. Entitled to estimates, I appreciate, by the way, that these numbers are pre-pandemic, so kind of listen in that kind of context. But as much as £15 billion still goes unclaimed. That's a huge amount of money that could really, really help people in desperate need. We know that people are often not aware still now about the warm home discount rebate, the £140, and even when they are aware, often application windows are so short that they're not able to get access to it, even though in theory they should be eligible. Local authorities are issuing quite a large amount of crisis support through the Household Support Fund, and I know a number of charities are also offering crisis top-up support, but we know this is just a sticking plaster. We've got a variety of grant schemes to support with energy efficiency upgrades, such as the Energy Company Obligation, the Home Upgrade Scheme for off-gas customers, the kind of currently running LAD schemes. And we obviously know that we still have the Priority Services Register. I'm going to raise a question on the PSR with Sasha later, but we know that helps to offer some practical support for people living in vulnerable circumstances. Now more than ever, I guess, particularly in the context of energy efficiency upgrades, but more generally across the spectrum of energy advice and debt support, having consistent and accessible advice is really, really more important than ever before. It's crucial. We also obviously urgently need more financial support for customers. So in terms of what NEA are calling for, and I appreciate some of this was touched on this morning already, but we're asking for the expansion of the warm home discount so that all eligible households receive it, and increase the level of warm home discount to help plug the gap. And as already mentioned, there's a further package of support that we would like to see: the one-off crisis support payment to help with this winter, the expansion of the winter fuel payment beyond over 65s but to all low-income households, and consider a reintroduction of a robust social tariff which includes auto-enrolment for customers who would be eligible, and a match funding mechanism to accelerate the repayment of utility debts, a debt cycle which appears to be inevitable currently. So without further ado, I'm going to stop waffling on, and I'm going to start with the questions for Sasha. So Sasha, if you don't mind, would you mind just starting off with what support Utilita currently offer customers?
Absolutely. We have a number of measures. So Utilita created its extra care team around 7 years ago after identifying an increase in calls from customers needing financial assistance. So advance credit to avoid self-disconnection and wanting to reduce their usage. I've been working on the team since day one, and I am passionate about teaching our staff and teams from the wider business how to communicate with customers on many different levels to understand the challenges that different vulnerabilities may bring. I teach our teams never to assume, be non-judgmental, ask questions and be kind in line with our company values. And it's through these conversations and understanding the customer situation that we're able to identify vulnerability, self-rationing, fuel poverty, debt issues, which enables us then to be able to provide targeted support. So we provide customers with financial assistance. So through the Power Up on the app, as Derek discussed with you earlier, or by speaking to a member of the team for longer support. So we're able to provide this service a number of times depending on the customer's circumstance. We deal with customers on a case-by-case basis, and this also has to involve having to refuse further support when we're not able to support any further. We switch meter modes based on vulnerability. So is it safe and practical for customers to be in prepayment? If it's a legacy meter, we can prioritise an installation. We proactively contact customers with smart meters with the do not off supply marker on the priority service register who have self-disconnected. And we provide third-party referral links and phone numbers to local advice and support for the customers. So this could be COVID isolation support or the household support fund from their local authority or on a county council level. Maybe they need to contact the Department of Work and Pensions for an advance payment. If we are unable to find any further support locally, then, excuse me, we will refer to the local Citizens Advice Bureau. So we have created a directory of links for our call centre to be able to use, for our call centre teams to be able to use in the customer's local area. There's currently over 400 links and we keep these regularly updated. The key point is that we are signposting for local advice and support. We give tailored energy and efficiency advice, so roughly around £200 times a day across the company. Sorry, excuse me. This is for their property, whilst we heavily promote Smart Score. So I've put a link for Smart Score into the chat, which explains this better. We have other campaigns, Energy High Five and Planet Pledge, that we also put during calls. So having Smart Score set up can give a customer or a family member support worker a practical insight how they can reduce their energy costs. Sometimes, and hopefully without reducing their standard of living. This point is key. Having the data from a smart meter with the half-hourly reads means that we can pinpoint exactly where customers can make changes to lower their usage. So as a team, we also create leads for our ever expanding eco scheme. As you all agree, better insulation across housing stock will be vital to reduce the proliferation of fuel poverty, in addition to hitting net zero targets. So despite the financial pressures on suppliers in the retail energy space, we continue to heavily invest in tech that enables customers to self-serve. Our award-winning smartphone app, My Utilita, has almost 500,000 active users. One of its key features, Power Up, allows customers to apply for a top-up when they're out of credit and need to get back on supply. The advance credit is repaid on the customer's terms, usually at between 20 to 100% of future top-ups. So that reduction is taken out. Once the Power Up is repaid, the customer can use this time as many times as they need to. To give you an idea of the success of Power Up last year, 615,000 customers topped up, or that's the amount of time Power Up was used, so to a total of £12 million. So potentially that amount of customers didn't need to worry about the stigma of having to phone up and asking for support. So also via the app, customers have the access to Smart Score, winter savings, topping up and paying bills remotely. We work in partnership with the national debt charity Step Change, and we actively promote their services during our calls. We can set up callbacks from a debt advisor, which is convenient for the customers using their digital referral service. Encouraging customers to engage with step change to break the cycle of persistent debt also hopefully leads to better mental well-being. We also use speech analytics in our phone line so we can help gain insight into what our customers are talking to us about, and we're then able to provide better focus on our support.
Fantastic, thank you, Sash. That was a lot of information to get across. Well done. You mentioned smart metering there. We've got a session later on today, but obviously it has really come into its own in helping identify where there might be even small incremental changes that can help customers to reduce some of that usage, or critically reduce any wastage, less so at the usage point. Earlier today, Derek did mention about energy hubs, so I was wondering if you could just quickly give us a bit more information about the energy hubs. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. We opened our first energy hub in 2018, so shops right in the middle of communities with teams of energy experts. So the reasoning behind this was simple. We wanted to serve our customers in their own communities and also language, and to be able to look them in the eye when we did so. So we're now in 9 locations across the UK, with 3 more planned to open this year as part of a national rollout. We also have a mobile energy hub, so no part of the UK is out of reach. So no matter how remote, I mean, one thing that the hubs has done is provided a lifeline for people who don't have any access to the internet. So there's around estimated 5 million at the moment. Hub staff are also trained in British Sign Language, and we had a report of one customer driving up from Bognor to our Gosport team so they could have a face-to-face conversation about energy efficiency.
Could you list where they are, actually? Because I know one of the questions that came up, do you have the list of where they are? Don't worry if you don't, because we can always send it.
We can definitely get that to you. Definitely.
I think it was one of the questions this morning about where they're based.
Absolutely.
Do you feel like the support that you offered changed because of the pandemic, as a result of the pandemic particularly?
Yes, most definitely. We reacted really quickly, especially being predominantly prepayment. So we created a self-isolation support, so an advance payment for our prepayment customers, which allowed them to stay on supply for 14 days. So this was no matter how much debt they were in, it was within days that we would be able to supply that for them. We also called every customer aged over 80 twice, asking questions like, are you able to leave your property to top up? We also helped them download our app or work with a family member or support worker to be able to do this, to be able to make their payments remotely, and also to check to see if they're okay. So importantly, being able to top up remotely to reduce the risk of catching COVID. Since the start of the pandemic, we have seen such a different dynamic of customers calling in. So those who were furloughed, self-employed, or made unemployed for the first time in their lives, we provided energy awareness advice as they saw their costings increase due to homeschooling and being at home more. But we also advised of advanced payments from the Department of Work and Pensions, and also those local referrals for support. We spoke to many customers who had no idea what support was available until we pointed them in the right direction.
Fantastic, thank you. So there's obviously, you've covered lots of information around some of the support that you offer. How do you raise awareness? How do you make sure people know that they can talk to you about all of these things? They can establish referrals or signposting to different other organisations?
Absolutely. I mean, we really want to ensure that no one's left behind. So we have the website, live chat, social media, face-to-face in our energy hub, telephone calls, emails, public announcements, public service, adverts, and we have our campaigns, and we also have the utilita community, and there are over 2,000 views per week on there. Plus, 90% of our portfolio is prepayment customers. So we will receive a smart prepayment alert indicating a customer's been off supply for an hour. So then an SMS is also automatically sent to the customers. Users of the app are sent an app notification when their credit is running low, and other app notifications if the meter goes off supply. So all SMSs and app notifications are sent a link to our lost supply page. So this can help customers restore their supply, accepting emergency credit, all those different things, but they can also then contact us as quickly as possible. We have customers who are particularly at risk from experiencing off-supply situations. So currently, on our priority service register, we have 266,000 customers, so roughly 1 in 3 of our domestic customer base. More than 40,000 of these customers have the do not off supply account marker. So when we assess during a call that it is safe and practical for a customer to use prepayment, but we would like to offer them priority support should they ever lose supply, we will add that do not off supply marker to their PSR. Every one of those customers whose smart meter goes off supply will receive an outbound call from my team that day, to make sure that they're okay or to provide support which is tailored to their circumstances. If the first attempt isn't successful, we will send an SMS with the phone number for the extra care team and also how to explain how to restore their supply. We will then call that customer 2 further times. So in 2021, we made 18,000 customers. We made calls to 18,000 customers with the do not off supply marker who had self-disconnected. So 10% of our credit customers, 10% of our portfolio are credit customers. So bill statements, reminder notices are sent via the customer's preferred communication. These include our contact details, web address, along with encouragement for customers to contact us for support as soon as they think they might be in financial difficulty. We've recruited additional customer service advisors to our UK-based credit control team to increase the numbers of customers we proactively contact to discuss their circumstances and agree affordable repayment arrangements. We've also redeployed our sales team now to support these calls and to visit properties as an opportunity to collect meter reads, update PSR and promote upgrades to smart meters. We're calling customers who have failed payment arrangements or missed direct debits. We are visiting customers who have debt and have not yet agreed a payment arrangement.
Fantastic, thank you, Sasha. So the next one I'm going to ask you is slightly more challenging, so sorry.
Yep.
But we have regular internal calls with our frontline delivery team to understand some of the challenges that they're coming across and just generally kind of share insight and views. And one of the things that came up yesterday, interestingly, is one of our colleagues mentioned that and I don't think this will be different for any advice agency. I've no doubt this will resonate with any advice agency on the call. The number of clients that are coming through to us with complex needs, particularly mental health conditions that they're struggling with, has grown kind of exponentially. One of the challenges put to me was that if the suppliers were doing a better job with the PSR in terms of handholding and supporting clients with mental health issues, that could help, because in some instances the query itself is actually quite easily resolved, but they find engaging with the supplier more challenging. So if that service, that customer handling journey was improved and tightened up as a result of the PSR notification that they had this mental health condition, it would ease the pressure and the burden on advice services like ourselves and many others on the call today, so that they could help the people that really needed it. What do you say to that challenge?
I really agree that with this area of vulnerability, we need to be investing more time and training to ensure that our teams are equipped to be able to support these customers better. We need our teams on the front line to feel confident when speaking to customers with mental health issues. It's such a broad category and it's extremely vague, and this needs to be expanded on the priority service register. I agree with exactly what your team's saying. Sometimes, you know, these customers just having the strength to be able to pick up the phone to call us is an emotional demand, you know, without even having to get through the matrix of the call center. For us, being able to communicate with a customer in crisis through a phone call is incredibly difficult. So yeah, I agree. Additional training is theoretically much better to resolve issues than adding more burden to services, you know, like you offer yourself. I think it's something that we really need to evolve, as you know, there's always been mental health concerns, there's always been mental health issues, but the crisis that we're in at the moment is only going to bring, I think, those up to the front. And so I really do believe that we need to be offering more training for our teams.
Fantastic, Sasha, and really refreshing to just have a open discussion on that, so thank you. So where does Utilita see the gaps in current industry-led support and or national assistance that's available?
So many of the customers that we speak to really want to reduce their usage. They just don't know where to start until we advise it. And more worryingly, energy efficiency advice and engagement are not reaching lower income households. And measures requiring investment are simply out of reach because they're out of cost. So part of what we are really passionate about doing is changing behaviour and raising awareness across the industry, which will hopefully be a really good step to addressing the issue I've just discussed. Changing behaviour, I think we all can do. It's going from the understanding that we need to do something to actually have the ability to be able to do that. So this is something that we're going to be focusing on really heavily as a company moving forward. We find that identifying vulnerable customers and those in need is really quite difficult. Self-rationing and self-disconnecting are virtually impossible to spot with any certainty. So proactively supporting this customer can be difficult. Like, the self-disconnecting has a customer just forgotten to top up, or can they not afford to top up? It's quite difficult to be able to gauge. So what I would love is if we can work together as an industry to create best practice, as I feel that this situation is only going to get worse. So when we discussed what we were going to chat about previously, I know that my biggest bugbear is that the priority service categories, they have value, but they are really outdated. It's really difficult to maintain and create positive action off the back, and it's often very limited. So I feel that we need to carefully review PSR and consider what we want to do with the information, and to ensure that if a customer changes supplier, that information goes with them so no one falls through the gaps. So I know that the next question's about warm home discount, and what I want to try and do is, I know that there have been other questions regarding sort of our process in the past, so I'm going to try and rope those in as well. So in Scheme 11, we received almost 130,000 broader group applications in a week. So our obligation dictates that we only have 45,000 rebates available. This has obviously resulted in many customers who are in or at risk of fuel poverty missing out on the rebate. Currently, while very well intentioned, for us, warm home discount is a lottery. Moving forward, it's clear that the reach and indeed the size of warm home discount needs to be increased. So approximately 2 million households receive warm home at the moment, and yet post the 1st of April, it's predicted there are going to be 6 million fuel poor households in the UK. And according to the government's own statistics, the fuel poverty gap is around £200, so £140 doesn't even bridge it. We really welcome the government's proposal to change the scheme for year 12, as our initial calculations suggest that many more of our customers are going to be eligible for the rebate. So I know that there were many questions about why previously we've only had our application open for a week, and it's due to the fact we are so oversubscribed. The longer the applications are open, the more customers that we disappoint. We have, over the years, we've tried to refine this application process so customers are aware. We've publicised it more, when to apply. And last year, I know lots of customers didn't get the payment, but they were quite complimentary about the ease of it. So the earlier we open the applications and we get that information off to the Department of Work and Pensions, it means that we can let customers know earlier if they're not going to get that payment, and it gives them the opportunity to be able to switch or to be able to look at other options whilst the scheme is still open.
Fantastic, thank you. And it's really good to hear your call for improvement on the PSR. It's something that we've been calling for many years now. So is there anything more that Utilita hopes to do directly? I know you've obviously covered off a lot today, Sasha.
I know, I'm so sorry, I've been gabbling on.
No, not at all. It's been fantastic. Do not feel that you've been gabbling on. I think it'll be useful to everybody joining us today to understand exactly what support is there, and with greatest respect, hold you to account and check that it is there after this call, no doubt. Is there anything more that you're doing to support the needs of vulnerable consumers, particularly in the context of the energy crisis? I know we've touched a lot on about the pandemic, but it seems to be one crisis after another. So in the context of the energy crisis.
So we are looking to roll out a social support line. So this is going to be dedicated for third parties to call us with their clients. After feedback from Energy Action Scotland that calling our call centre with their clients is just not feasible, we're looking at trialling a line where calls can be made in with organisations like yourself, and you will then come through to an agent that is skilled in all departments. So rather than having to go be ping-ponged around the call centre, you will hopefully, the call will be answered quickly and you will get those issues resolved. So we're trialling this at the moment, so please don't hold me on to account with this at the moment, but we've listened to Energy Action Scotland and it's hopefully the trial I think is happening quite soon. We're going to be introducing face-to-face energy efficiency workshops in our hubs and also webinars to schools, local authorities and housing associations. As we said, changing behaviour is one of the things we really want to focus on moving forward, and we have that knowledge and we can then share that with anyone that wants to hear it, basically. Following a pilot scheme in 2021, we partnered with the County Council to disseminate COVID support grants to help low-income households with the cost of living, whilst also offering energy efficiency advice. It went really well. And we're currently looking at how this partnership could be rolled out on a wider scale. So, as we continue to adapt as the crisis deepens, listening to our customers, and we're also going to have more and more data. So the one thing that I have certainly felt since the first lockdown is that we're really proactive with we are really proactive in listening, using data, and then making things better moving forward. We want to work with as many organisations as partners as possible to help as many people as possible. We want to make the technology that will help people to use less energy, so more affordable and within reach of people regardless of their backgrounds. So this is the goal of the Utilita Home team and the eco side. And it's one way of making sure the right people get access to it. So we've seen how people's lives have changed by technology that we've already installed. So whether it's a new boiler, smarter thermostat, installation, or other measures, making people's homes more efficient puts money back in the customer's pocket, as well as a host of health benefits. That's me done.
Fantastic session. That was brilliant. A lot of information to convey, so you did a fantastic job. If you don't mind, there's a couple of questions on the Q&A. Some of them kind of just a bit clarity over some of the points that you've raised. So I'm just going to ask a couple of those. And then we're kind of on the wind down to lunch anyway, so we won't keep you holding on for too long. So one quick question was around the reference to your do not go off supply tags and how you identify the people specifically that you'll put those tags on, because I think it says you mentioned you had over 200,000 customers on the PSR, but just 40,000 of them have that tag on there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not, when we do a priority service assessment call, sorry, I'm just bringing up the exact questions because my mind's gone blank.
It's okay. It's one of the top ones on there.
That's fine. So it's really important to us that we ask the right questions using the process that we call the 3 yeses. So it's not how the customer, whether or not they're physically, let me just get the inquiry. It's easier.
If it's easier for this one, we can always respond to the question separately. And it's worth me mentioning now that you have got it in the exhibition.
I've got it. So what we do is we ask 3 questions when we are assessing a customer's priority needs. So would the customer's health or safety be at risk or affected in any way if they self-disconnect? Does the customer have any medical equipment that is reliant on the energy supply? And would the customer have any issues regarding restoring their supply? So if the answer is yes to any of those questions, then anyone in the call centre can then raise an inquiry, and then a member of Extra Care will phone and we will discuss those issues further.
Fantastic. The other question that came up about the hubs was whether it's just helps whether the team just support utility customers, or whether that's for any customer to come and seek energy efficiency or energy advice. I
would like to say that it's anyone. I mean, the webinars and the support that we are giving is for everyone. So it is we're not just picking out utility customers to be able to provide that training for, schools, housing associations. I know that the mobile energy hub has been to certain areas and they were providing that energy awareness advice to anyone that would engage.
Fantastic. There's also interest in the partner phone number on the Q&A as well, just to let you know. There is another question about, can you open up a hub in the northeast of England? So that's a question back to your colleagues. Let me just see if there's any others. There's a question around, what do you think, and you may want to take hospital pass on this question, it's up to you.
Okay.
What do you think Utilita can do to improve billing information and response to complaints handling? Now, you might say there's no improvement needed, but
no, I'd never say that. No, that's not. I think because I deal predominantly with prepayment customers, I think that one of the other partners or people within the call today can answer that. Because I only deal with prepayment, so it's not something that I know a great deal about. And also, Russell Lane, I know I'm swerving this massively, is
welcome
to discuss complaints with you. As you know, I'm passionate about supporting customers, but I think other people within the company would have a better response than my personal opinion.
No, that's fine, Sasha, not to worry at all. I thought you might need to along the chain. It was a bit of an unfair question, sorry.
That's all right.
So I guess you've done a very good segue into what comes next. We've got the exhibition at 12:45, so everybody should have an email. When we finish this session, there'll also be a link on the holding slide. Please go in and chat to the exhibitors that are in there. There will be a colleague from Utilita in there as well, so if you've got any real challenging questions, go and give. No, I'm joking. go in there and give them to him. So I think it's worth saying, Sasha, I really appreciate your time, and there's been a few comments in the Q&A that your passion has truly come through, so thank you. It's really kind of refreshing to have that view from your side. I think we will call it an end there. I'm just going to do a very brief summary, and as I say, thank you. For those of you on the call, I think just in terms of a few kind of closing comments from me, there's no question, I don't think at least, that there is unanimous agreement that we need more support to be available, and that need is more urgent than ever before. It it's not really simply the challenge between heating and eating anymore, because of that sort of suggests that people can afford either. And it feels that in many cases that's not the case. Children will probably be shivering in their homes and losing weight. There'll be people getting sick. It's a real kind of stark view of the kind of imminent winter. And as Adam mentioned earlier, we've not even really had the cold snap yet. So we've seen a huge increase in people trying to access support. Demand far outstrips capacity, and I know colleagues joining us today from other advice agencies are facing a similar situation. We know that people that are contacting the services, their anxiety and depression has been exacerbated by a fear about how they're going to manage their energy bills. And so we just need to try to pull together to work on how we make sure those customer journeys are improved and better for those individuals, so that they are getting the support up front that they need, and therefore don't necessarily always need to rely on advice agencies, so that those resources are there and available for people that really need that additional support. And critically, there are things that we can do currently, but it's not enough. So we just need action kind of sooner rather than later. So I guess on that slightly somber note, apologies to kind of dampen Sasha's enthusiasm with a bit more of a somber closing comment, but I think it's vital to kind of make that point. I want to thank everybody that's joined us today. I want to thank Sasha, and we're going to head off for lunch now. There'll be a holding slide, and as I say, there's the exhibitors in the exhibition room at 12:45. So please go and say hello and have a chat. Thanks all. Take care.
Thank you, Jenny.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, we're just coming back from break, so we're going to be waiting for people to start filtering back into the room. We were on about 300 participants before we went on the break, so I'll wait until we get into about then, or the sort of increase in participants stops, but I'll give it a couple of minutes. I think we have all of the panelists in, which is good. Yeah, we'll start in a minute or so. Right, I'm going to get going now. Coming up to 1:32, and we've got a limited time for this session, which I think we're going to cover a lot of ground in. I'm hoping we'll get a lot of questions as well. So I'm Matt Copeland. I'm the head of policy and public affairs at National Energy Action. This session is our first sort of afternoon panel session of the day, and it's all about the future of price protection as we transition to net zero. And specifically, the session will look at how to ensure price protection support the most vulnerable households at the same time as we look to decarbonise our homes. Just a reminder for everyone who's been following us today and people who've joined us for this afternoon, we're in webinar mode on Zoom, and that means that if you are an attendee, you can't use your microphone or put your camera on. So if you're trying to do that, we're sorry, there's just too many participants for us to deal with that. We do want you to ask questions though, and you can do that through the Q&A function. So at the bottom of your Zoom screen, click on Q&A, you'll be able to ask questions there. So this morning, we've heard mostly about the emergency support that will be needed to deal with these huge increases in energy prices that we're expecting to see in April. And we also set out some of what NEA would like to see the government do about those prices, including extending the home discount to more households with a bigger payment, giving a one-off payment this winter to deal with this winter's increase in prices, making sure more people can get the winter fuel payment, looking towards a social tariff, whether that might be appropriate going forward to deal with affordability issues, and whether there's a debt repayment matching scheme that could help those who are most struggling to pay their energy bills. This session focuses a bit further into the future and looks at price protection and how that can interact with decarbonising homes. And price protection has been really important recently, so I'm hoping this will be a really interesting session. On the panel, we have Josh Buckland from Flink Global. So he specialises in providing advice to clients with an interest in energy and climate issues, and that covers both the UK and international energy markets. And he's worked in a number of roles in government during his time, including for the Secretary of State for BEIS, working in the Prime Minister's Policy Unit number 10, looking at energy and environment issues, and in the Treasury as well. So hopefully he can give a really broad view on how policy like this can work and how we can take these things forward. We've also got Rich Hall. So Rich is the Chief Energy Economist at Citizens Advice, and he provides insight and analysis across the range of their energy policy work, with a particular recent focus on the retail price caps and on the approach to stimulating investment in low carbon generation. So perfect fit for this session. So he spent over 18 years working on energy issues with roles at Consumer Focus, Ofgem and Alexon. We've got Jess Cook. So Jess leads NEA's work in the water market, looking to understand the links between fuel and water poverty and to help create solutions to both. She has been working with the Consumer Council for Water on their review of affordability in the water sector, including considerations of how social tariffs are working in the water sector and how they might be improved. So how price protections are working on the water side of things. And prior to joining NEA, she worked at Northern Power Grid in various roles, including in their consumer vulnerability and priority services teams. We've then got Rachel Gregory, who is the social policy manager at Christians Against Poverty. She's pioneered CAP's policy influence activity and works to help policymakers understand how they can make changes to prevent debt and improve people's lives. I've spoken many times to Rachel about price caps. I know she's got some really interesting views on them, so looking forward to hearing those. And finally, from Utilita, we have Archie Lassiter. So he's an active environmentalist with an insatiable interest in the natural world. He is the head of sustainability, is that right, Archie? Utilita. And sorry?
Oh, it's a sustainability lead, but yeah, it's
sustainability lead,
more or less
almost. The same. So works on all things to ensure that Utilita is sort of meeting its own net zero goals. He used to work in pricing and energy market, so that link between pricing and net zero is really apparent with Archie as well. So I hope you'll agree that our panel is really well qualified to talk about this. Before I get their views, I'm going to have to talk about our views first and just set the scene. So as I said before, price caps have provided significant protections for households over the last 6 months, but it isn't a fuel poverty policy and it's not an affordability measure. It's a fair competition measure, and it's just been by accident that it's provided such deep protection more recently. As Adam said this morning, we think that there needs to be a question over whether additional price protection, so a social tariff, should be there in the energy market, especially since the affordability of energy is becoming increasingly difficult, and that should be something that's additional to current protections, mandated for suppliers, available to a pre-selected group of customers who are auto-enrolled, and also cheaper than the price cap, of course. But this session looks also at how that might interact with net zero. We've done quite a lot of work looking at this over the past year or so, and our fuel poverty monitor last year canvassed the opinion of 122 organisations and found that 87% of them agreed that there should be price protection mechanisms, such as the price cap, in place in the energy market. And we concluded that an often overlooked benefit of price protection is the transparency it offers. The consumers know that they're paying a fair price for their energy, and that they're paying the right amount for different parts of energy, and the consumer advocates get a greater ability to fully interrogate the cap to understand the quantum of individual costs and how they're applied to bills. So we think that it's really important to moving to net zero in a fair way. And I'm really interested to hear what the panel thinks as well. So I'll now hand over to the panel for their introductions. So you're all going to get between 6 and 8 minutes, and I will be pretty harsh with cutting in if you go to 8 minutes or over. So be prepared for that. But I'll start with Josh to begin with, if that's okay.
Thanks, Matt, and good to see everyone today. It's a bit bittersweet in some ways, because obviously fuel poverty is getting so much attention at the moment, but that's for reasons that we'd all wish it didn't. So it's good to be having this conversation at such a critical time. I'll kind of base my thoughts on a decade of battling the politics of climate change and energy and the trade-offs that creates in government, as Matt has explained. I was very briefly just going to cover a little bit of how I think the current energy crisis is impacting net zero, before then moving on to the world of vulnerability in a net zero context, and particularly the focus of this conversation on price protection. I think firstly on the current energy crisis and how that is impacting net zero, it does feel to me that it brings back dark memories of 2013 when I was in government, and there was the last serious kind of cost of living squeeze. Labour is campaigning on kind of cost of living and has a credible policy set solutions. Inflation is running at 6%, and that kind of creates a pretty febrile political atmosphere. The Conservative backbenchers are looking for scapegoats and are focusing again on green levies. And ironically, this time round, also the advocates for net zero are also focusing on the impact of green levies on bills. And then importantly, government bandwidth that isn't being taken up with kind of explaining parties that did or didn't happen is around the policy and immediate solution to that and the cost of living dynamic. And that clearly is impacting the kind of space for thinking around net zero and wider kind of policy interventions. I think, though, this time around, there is a great deal of reason to be optimistic. There is a stronger cross-party consensus on net zero that was not there in 2013. There's also the COP legacy that a lot in government are very keen to build on. Net zero also has a wider political value beyond environmental good. It's also connected into the levelling up agenda, economic rebuilding, infrastructure delivery, and clearly that will give it more kind of longevity. And obviously, the PM himself is personally committed to the kind of green mission. You could debate probably a much longer conversation about whether that's going to be the case for much longer, but clearly that helps to solidify at least the support for the agenda. I think, though, there's a couple of things I'd say, just reflecting on kind of previous experience in such similar crises, which is relevant for this conversation. I think, firstly, the way we talk about climate change and energy is going to change. Clearly, there is now more of a focus on the trilemma, the need to deliver energy cost reduction and also energy security. You're already starting to see that in some of the government messaging, and it's something, as we talk about the kind of public policy solution, we need to think carefully about how we balance net zero with other interventions, but also how we show that this is a joined up, sensible proposition. Secondly, the kind of political narrative is clearly going to shift when we talk about net zero, now more around wider economic opportunity, levelling up, especially in the run up to the next election. So that will again reframe slightly this conversation. And then finally, the thing that's probably most relevant for this conversation is the burden on bill payers and the cost of energy at large, as well as on the net zero transition, and the impact it's having on consumers is now much more under the political spotlight. And that is not going to go away for the next kind of couple of years. It's looking like energy prices are going to stay high, inflation is going to continue to stay at least material. So clearly that dynamic is something policymakers are starting to think about, but also in the kind of external debate, we need to start thinking about how we react to. So then moving away from that kind of current context, how do we approach vulnerability in a net zero world? My experience in government is it has to be done up front. You need to think about distributional consequences of policies. You look at a whole raft of failed policies, they usually fall on grounds of distributional impact. And actually, that's something the government has learned over time. I'm actually quite optimistic. I think there's a reason to think that obviously net zero is going to come with a cost and therefore it will have distributional consequences. That's true, but there are ways to resolve that. There's advantages, actually. We're going to move to a much more fixed cost world where lots of our power is zero marginal cost. That gives opportunities to transfer across different household groups and protect those who are in the least well off scenario. Also, you can target support because ultimately there is only going to be a limited amount of public money available for net zero, but clearly that means it has to be targeted in a way which you can do from a distributional perspective. And it's easy to forget wider value that's going to be created from the transition. So we talk about decarbonising our homes. That should create a positive economic signal, which actually, if we can support low-income households to make the change, that potentially is progressive in the long term. So I think it's easy to think about this as a negative, but it's vitally important that we think about the positive impacts that interventions in this space can have. And then finally, before I kind of hand back, on price protection specifically, I do hear it said quite often that in the future, we're not going to need a price cap, price protection falls away. I think actually it's a very dangerous political thing to say, to be honest. Clearly, there are costs of net zero transition, and clearly the current price spikes have nothing really to do with that, but clearly the whole dynamic gets thrown in together in a political discourse, and you see that in the commentary. So I actually think price protection remains vitally important, and in some ways more important over time, simply because of the fact that net zero will be a cost driver, and therefore you need to create political salience around that, and also, importantly, protect those who are most vulnerable. The things I would say, though, there's a couple of things to consider in this conversation. Clearly, the cost profile for certain groups in society, we're seeing this through all the analysis that's been done, the impact is going to be so significant that just a fair price for energy may not be enough. And that's the critical point that you made, Matt. And we need to think price protection in a way which is flexible, with some support given to more specific groups of households rather than generic support to everyone. That's a definite and valuable conversation to have. In addition, we need to think about price protection, how it evolves to allow companies to come up with flexible tariff offerings, flexible innovation, long-term relationships with customers to finance low carbon technologies, all the things they're going to have to be doing, but in a way that fits with the current price protection framework. And that's something that isn't quite there at the moment, but needs to adapt over time. And then finally, wider protections are critical. We need to think beyond just simply the energy bill around debt support, engagement support. The world's going to become more complex. And in addition, what we're doing with other interventions like tax interventions to show a progressive approach to net zero. So it's very easy to focus on the price cap and energy bills, but we need to think more generally than that. I'll hand back to you, Matt there, and keen to get into questions.
Thanks, Josh. That's an incredibly helpful sort of background to the political situation and some ideas of how we can move forward. Thank you for setting the scene. Now I'll move over to Rich from Citizens Advice to give your initial thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I'm going to frame my comments on the importance of affordability in helping us make net zero happen. That may seem obvious, but I think it's a precondition if we're to actually get to net zero, that we need to have public support there to support these policies and to ensure that the transition is one that consumers can bear. I also, whilst I'm conscious in your opening remarks that you wanted to look at the longer term, I will touch on the current short-term bills crisis as much as anything, simply because over time it's starting to become more apparent that it may become more of a medium-term issue, a crisis with a long tail, which will affect energy policy for years to come, I suspect. I mean, households are facing very significant bill hikes in less than 2 weeks of around 50% to about £2,000 as the average bill for a dual fuel household. And that's going to push about 1.5 million additional households into fuel poverty, according to NEA's analysis. I think that's going to change the face of fuel poverty, in that we're likely to see households who historically have been just about managing will simply not be managing anymore. And the political salience and impacts of that, of fuel poverty going from perhaps what might have historically has been seen as a bit of a niche concern to being a mass population issue, I think will have quite a significant impact on the debate around energy. And unfortunately, the prospects for bills look bad beyond this coming price cap period. We already see forecasts for winter 22-23 suggesting that the price cap will actually increase further, perhaps to about £2,300 in that period. And with respect to analysts like Goldman Sachs have been saying that they expect that gas prices may remain at double the historic levels as far out as 2025, perhaps. So this is starting to look like it's not a short-term crisis or short-term blip, but more of a medium-term crisis, which will have quite lasting effects. The session's been framed around price protection, but I actually don't want to say that much about the price cap in this session. And that's for the simple reason that I don't actually think that it's particularly relevant to this crisis. As previous speakers have mentioned, the price cap is designed to provide a fair price for power and gas that reflects the underlying costs to serve those customers. But a fair price is a very different thing from an affordable price. And I think that tinkering around the edges of the price cap is unlikely to provide the level of support that's needed to actually help customers through this crisis. So there needs to be a combination of, I think, of short-term and longer-term interventions. Over the short term, I think many of the measures we're suggesting are actually ones which are held in common with NEA. So, for example, we've suggested that there should be a one-off payment to low-income households to try to provide an ability for them to withstand bill shock in the short term. We also think there's a need to update the inflation measure that's used in uprating benefits this April to reflect a more contemporary inflation rate than the one that would otherwise be used. So it's currently expected to use September's inflation measure, which was 3.1%, but it's quite clear that inflation is now running above 3.1%. We'd also like to see the cost of supplier failures, which are expected to be recovered through consumers' bills for the next 18 months or so, to be recovered over a longer period. That won't reduce the total cost that consumers have to pay, but it will hopefully help to reduce the short-term pain they feel. And finally, I guess moving from the short term towards the longer term, I think we do need to recognise that this crisis is not a blip, and that there are medium-term structural reforms that are required to actually tackle some of the problems we see on fuel poverty. So again, a measure we share in common with NEA here is that we'd like to see the warm home discount increased and extended so that it helps more households. Moving more to the longer term, one of the exam questions which we have set was really to consider whether the current crisis made reaching net zero more or less possible or more or less important. I think my view on that is that it makes it both more difficult but more necessary. It's more difficult simply because I think our experience of past crises, such as the 2013 green crap row, is that it may create an aversion to public spending on schemes. And we're already seeing that, I think, in some of the speculation around what might be cut to try to reduce bills now. So, for example, it's rumoured that cuts to the eco scheme may be on the table, which in our view would be the wrong move to take in. The short-term savings associated with slashing energy efficiency schemes would be far outweighed by the longer-term costs of missing out on insulating consumers from higher costs in perpetuity. But despite those difficulties in funding, the crisis really does highlight that it's very, very necessary for us to make this transition. This is a crisis that's being prompted by a bubble in global gas markets. If we want to avoid being exposed to these types of crises going forward, we do need to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. And I think it may hopefully help to reinforce amongst decision makers, amongst policy makers, that it's actually a false economy to try and avoid making the transition, to see the transition as a cost, because the cost of doing nothing is very, very expensive in its own right. Beyond this, in the longer term, we need to look at how we recover costs from consumers. I think it's commonly acknowledged that it would be fairer to recover policy costs through taxation rather than through bills. Past analysis by people like the UK Energy Research Council has suggested that doing so would reduce the burden on the lowest 7 income deciles. And we also need to be careful to avoid any anomalies in any cost recovery mechanisms we put in place. So, for example, at the moment, there's a lot of debate around trying to encourage the electrification of heat through moving policy cost levies from electricity to gas. Whilst that's undoubtedly environmentally progressive, it does run some risks of being socially regressive. And that's because only about 85% of households are on the gas network. And that proportion should reduce over time. So if we simply try to create incentives by pushing costs from power to gas households without thinking about those types of implications, we run the risk of actually creating significant unintended consequences in terms of pushing more households into poverty. Finally, we need to look at how we encourage households to make the transition. The upfront cost of investment may be beyond the reach of many households. So there's a clean heat grant which is being put in place to try to encourage the uptake of heat pumps. That's exactly the right thing to do, but at its current level, it will only help about 30,000 households per year. And we know we have a government target to reach about 680,000 households per year in the next few years. So we need to try to start finding ways to bridge that gap in funding. And finally, more broadly, because finance will be limited, we will need people who can afford to pay to bear that burden themselves. We need to give consumers the confidence to engage with the transition and a framework that informs, protects and supports them to make the steps they need to decarbonise their lives. And with that, I'll pass back to you, Matt.
Perfectly timed, thank you, Rich. Next, we're going to move over to Jess, who I think will talk about some of the links between water and energy in crop protection.
Yeah, thanks, Matt, and thanks to the other speakers so far, because I think it's always very interesting to hear others' views and perspectives on a topic such as this. And as Matt suggested, I'm going to throw another perspective into the mix, one that steps away from energy now and focuses instead on the water sector for a bit. For anyone who's unaware, the water sector in England and Wales is a regional monopoly. Domestic customers can't choose who their water supplier is, nor do they have a choice of their tariff for water and sewerage. The only choice a customer has is whether or not their supply is metered, a choice which is removed from some because they move into a property which already has a water meter, or they're moving into a new build which has to be built with a water meter installed. Around 60% of households in England and Wales are currently metered, but water metering is cited as a critical piece of the puzzle if we're going to achieve net zero in the water industry. So as companies move towards 100% meter penetration, they really need to be thinking about those who risk paying more for their water and about those who struggle with the volatility of a measured bill. And that's something that's especially true if price is ever used as a tool to promote sustainable water use, as is encouraged by some, such as the European Commission. But rest assured, affordability support isn't something new for water companies. Recognised as an essential service to which safe, clean and affordable access is recognised as a human right, water needs to offer suitable protections to customers. And protection number one, domestic customers can't ever be disconnected for non-payment, which is something that's only used as an absolute last resort in energy, but isn't completely forbidden. And I think this is an excellent start and one which was introduced in the Water Industry Act back in 1999. But it's also one which causes potential issues for companies. It risks households stopping their payments if they find their water bill unaffordable, and that might usually be to prioritise other bills. So alongside this, a requirement for companies to make a special provision for consumers struggling with their water bills was introduced. So welcome protection number two, the introduction of WaterSure, which is an industry-wide tariff which caps the bill of metered households who are in receipt of a means-tested benefit and who either have 3 or more children or who have a medical issue requiring the consumption of large volumes of water. WaterShare provides households with bill security and some peace of mind that they can use the water that they need to without penalty. Last year in CCW's affordability review, it was recommended that the bill cap be matched to the average metered household bill instead of the overall average, something which a number of companies have already implemented to the benefit of their customers. But when WaterShare was first launched, companies and consumer bodies recognised that there were many households who did not qualify under that strict eligibility criteria I've already mentioned, and called for more support to be introduced. So 10 years later, in 2009, the Flood and Water Management Act enabled companies to introduce social tariffs, which were designed to reduce charges for those who would otherwise have difficulty paying their water bills and which would be funded by cross-subsidy from other customers. DEFRA provided detailed guidance to water companies in 2012, and following this, protection number 3 was created. Every water company in England and Wales now has at least one social tariff available to their customers. And I say at least one because that's exactly the current situation. Some companies have multiple social tariffs targeted at different customer groups. And because social tariffs are funded by locally agreed cross-subsidies, every company has a different scheme. Different names, different cross-subsidy levels, different eligibility criteria, different support levels. The current models created a postcode lottery. The support that you'll receive depends entirely on the company you're served by, and we've been calling for this to be changed since we started our work on water poverty back in 2019. And our calls were answered with CCW's affordability review last year, which for the first time in over a decade provided an opportunity to enhance the affordability support across water. I already mentioned the recommendation to lower the bill cap for WaterShare customers to the average metered bill, but one of the other substantial recommendations is to introduce a single social tariff designed to reduce the number of households in water poverty. And this is something that's already in development and which we hope will be introduced by the start of the next price control period. But you might wonder why I'm telling you all of this and think, how does all of this relate to energy? And I think there's 2 perspectives to take here. Firstly, there's the learnings that the water industry is already getting from energy, and secondly, the learnings that energy might take from water. The development group for the single social tariff in water has already identified best practice from other sectors, particularly the energy sector, in order to inform their design principles. It's hoped that the new design will adopt the auto-enrolment principles of the core group of the Warm Home Discount, and that it will be a standardised and mandated approach to affordability support, therefore making it far easier to promote and raise awareness. Although it's in the early stages of development, it's hoped that the design of the tariff will be targeted at households in severe water poverty, therefore ensuring we meet the principle of serving the worst first. And it's also hoped that the funding will be collected nationally and distributed based entirely on need, all of which should help us to avoid past mistakes and remove the postcode lottery of support. And as we've already mentioned today, in response to the ongoing energy crisis, NEA has also called for a social tariff to be introduced in energy too. When the sector last had social tariffs, which was prior to the introduction of the Warm Home Discount, these were only done on a voluntary basis. And as currently is the case in water, they were assessed as not providing a clear or a targeted benefit because different suppliers offered different benefits to different groups of customers. But we can learn from past mistakes, and we could design something which takes best practice from both sectors and potentially some others to create a new offering for customers. Something like an energy social tariff, which would be additional to the existing protections in the market, one which was consistently offered by all suppliers, is well targeted at those most in need with auto-enrolment of eligible customers, and which is priced below the default tariff price cap to guarantee a reduction in energy costs. If we're aiming for equality, then I think a blanket approach, something one size fits all, would be the way to go. Making it illegal to disconnect a customer for non-payment would be an example of this, something that everyone could benefit from if they really needed it. But I don't think we should just be looking for an equality-based approach. We also need an equitable approach, something which recognises that different people have different needs and offers a helping hand based on their individual circumstances to allow them to access the services that we all need in our lives. And a social tariff is just that. It's about equity, about understanding that we might all be impacted by the same event, but our impacts are felt in different ways. So treating people fairly often means treating people differently. And I think that's the exact approach that we need, whether we're addressing the energy crisis or working towards net zero. And I'll hand back to you, Matt.
What a fantastic message to end on. Thank you, Jess. Next, I'll hand over to Rachel, who's going to talk about the Christians Against Poverty.
Great, thank you so much, Matt. And I am also, I think, going to have a lot in common with the other speakers we've already heard on the panel. And I'm coming from the point of view of Christians Against Poverty. We support households across the UK struggling with severe financial difficulty, and often not just in vulnerable circumstances, but facing a multitude of different vulnerabilities that they're contending with at the same time, which makes their interaction not just with the energy market, but with lots of different services and things in life more difficult, or the risk of detriment they might experience more severe. And I would agree that price protection has really been a really important introduction into our energy market in making sure the prices that were being offered to consumers have been fair, but that hasn't guaranteed that they are affordable. And I really today in my comments want to focus on the consumer side of this problem. What are consumers experiencing? And it's hard to ignore the current situation and crisis, because I think we're seeing that same dichotomy played out here. A price cap rise that we're facing in April is fair. It's fair that prices are cost reflective. But it's the affordability concerns that are rising to the fore. And for me, it reminds us that price protection, while valuable, has always been a blunt instrument. It's not targeted at the people who need the help the most. The scale of support does not necessarily reflect the level of needs people have, and we know that the fuel poverty gap for different households can vary substantially. And while Matt, you importantly said that it's given more transparency and confidence perhaps to consumers that they're getting a fair price, it hasn't given people certainty about the bill that they will be faced with, and bill shock is still a big issue. And lots of those themes feed across into fuel poverty schemes as well, as the other side of the coin. So when we think about price protection in the face of net zero, it can be really tempting to focus on two classic economical problems around how you use price controls to correct market distortions and still have a well-functioning market, and how you price in externalities. But we know that for consumers and for energy, the dynamics are much more holistic. Yes, it's about energy efficiency, it's about energy costs, which that feeds into, and also prices do, but it's also about incomes and how that comes together with consumers' experience of the market, how they're able to engage and get the right outcome. And that's really key in making sure we are getting it right from consumers. And so what is the problem for consumers that are facing right now? And even putting aside the current recent spikes we've seen, before that, our research was showing that already half of the people we were helping told us that they couldn't afford the energy they needed without worrying about the costs, and over half had gone without really essential everyday activities like heating, lighting, cooking, at least occasionally in the last 2 years, because they couldn't afford the cost of energy, and a third of the people we helped were doing so on a weekly basis. And for consumers, that pressure is coming from all sides. Yes, it's about energy prices, but at this moment in time, we're also talking about 6 million households that have been impacted by significant reductions in the support they're receiving for universal credit, for example. And we know from our data that even just in the first 2 months of that additional payment being removed, a third of people had gone without essentials like food or energy as a result. And I just want to bring to the fore to us today that while we often talk about this dichotomy between heat or eat, just how much more complicated and desperate the choices households have to make are. It's not that binary choice. To just share a few examples from the people that we support at Christians Against Poverty, we're talking about that looking like someone choosing to use a street light outside their window to light their home at night because they can't afford the money for the electric. It looks like people pawning their phone for £40 because their shoes have broken and the little money they have is barely stretching for food and energy as it is, let alone a replacement pair of shoes. It's not choosing between heating or eating. Sometimes that is going without heat and a cooked meal for 2 years. And for many people, it's knowing that they need £1,300 a month to run their household, but consistently they're only receiving £900 a month. So they're having to use the food bank. They're unable to do things like take the kids to the park because they can't afford the bus fare, and still consistently facing a shortfall of £400 a month and the debt that results from that. And so, in the face of the projections that we have at the moment, Resolution Foundation, for example, estimating that in April we're set to see the number of households and fuel stress triple from 9% of households to 27% of UK households. I think that reminder from Richard is really key. We're talking about a much larger group of our population experiencing struggles with affording energy prices. And in that context, that question of how we share the burden of costs in transitioning to net zero becomes even more crucial. But the bigger question really is how we organise ourselves within our market and the society to make sure people can afford a standard of living we're willing to accept. And while net zero, at this moment in time offers lots of great opportunities in terms of moving away from gas, which is obviously where a lot of this stress is coming from in this moment in time. We can't ignore that fast forward in the future where we're less reliant on gas, there will still be other pressures for households that affect their affordability. So this is about how we organise ourselves as a market and across society to get to the heart of this problem, which for me is around affordability as well as fairness.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Not the first time we've heard today about heating or eating not being an adequate explainer of the problems that people face. Before we go to Archie, just a plea to people who are watching, put your questions in the Q&A. We had lots of really good questions already today. It'd be great to be able to grill this panel as much as possible in the time we have remaining. But for now, I'll go over to Archie to talk about the utility.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Matt. I think the breadth of the panel really shows that price protection can mean many different things. We've heard about progressive wider income support, energy efficiency policy, or even rebalancing energy costs. And I think I really wanted to focus on that all these measures have one thing in common, which is that they're top down. And one particular bottom-up measure tends to always get left behind when we talk about, and we can really look at that through the lens of price protection. And this is sort of what I wanted to focus on, which is behavioural change to tackle energy waste in the home. And used under the lens of price protection, it can be a real key part to protecting particularly vulnerable customers from both price and climate crises. And it can empower customers to use energy more efficiently and therefore reduce exposure. And I think it always, behavioural change sort of gets this sort of stigma attached to it, that it's a lesser measure to be employed. But I think if we look at some evidence from the Climate Change Committee in their June 2021 progress report, stating that behavioural change has got a role to play in almost 2/3 of emission reductions. And then again in their 6th carbon budget, they talk about behavioural change being one of only really 3 key measures or 3 categories of measures to reduce emissions from residential buildings, which account for about 13% of UK emissions. And I wanted to just run through a couple of examples of how behaviour could change can play a really key role in tackling both the immediate midterm crisis of these price surges, and then also the immediate but also longer term impact of the climate crisis and net zero. So the first example I wanted to talk about was campaigns. So we always see, particularly from energy suppliers like Utilita, a lot of the campaigns tend to kind of focus on criticizing negative behaviors. So, you know, quote unquote, you should be doing A instead of doing B. Or, you know, for example, turning your heating down by 1 degree. And actually, if we look at behavioral science and what that can teach us about engaging people with campaigns, there's a slightly different message that we can play, which is framing desirable behavior as a social norm. So, quote unquote, the majority of people heat their homes to a healthy level of between 19 and 21 degrees. And this can drive that greater level of engagement, and at least that's kind of what we're seeing at Utilita. So an example of this would be Utilita's Energy High Five campaign, or our Planet Pledge campaigns, or our Wear Warm campaign, which really drives that positive messaging and engaging people with social norms. The other side of it is technology, and with the advent of smart meters becoming really prolific, this gives us access, so gives suppliers access to a wealth of data, and we should be using that data to help customers in a more effective way. So one of the examples is Utilita's Smart Score feature, which gamifies energy reduction by using smart meter data to group into different categories, such as how much energy you use on standby, or whether you're spending a lot of time warming up your home as to heating your home, to flag areas of inefficient energy use. And it doesn't just need to flag areas of inefficient energy use in the home. It can also flag areas where other measures, such as improving the energy efficiency of a home, could help. So each of those categories gets a score out of star rating out of 5, alongside some actionable advice to provide how to get a higher score and save more money. And that can be improved as well by increasing personalization, or embedding rewards in a more effective way. But I think what this sort of really shows is that with all this wealth of data comes greater responsibility on suppliers to use that data effectively to help customers use less energy and spot areas where they can use less energy for their home. Obviously, the phrase heating and eating has been used, and some households, there are other measures that need to be employed first, such as access to greater energy efficiency through insulation, or through upgrading heating systems. And there are funds available for that. But really, I think there's a bigger emphasis on suppliers to do more with the data that's now available. And really what we're seeing is the impact of that is our Energy High Five campaign, for example, can help customers save up to £163 a year, or our Smart Score technology, improving your energy efficiency home score from an average out of 5 stars to the 5-star band, can save you nearly 230 quid a year. And that's a pretty significant saving, especially if we kind of pin it back to historical savings around switching from one provider to the next. And I think I just wanted to raise this as a point to say that there's a big opportunity here for behavioural change to really play an important role. And I think certainly with this advent of data availability and sort of smart technology and smart homes, we can use this technology alongside things like behavioural science to really have a positive impact on customers as a bottom-up approach to price protection, to help energy be more affordable.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Archie. Very interesting take on the subject matter. We have had a load of questions in, and we'll try to work through them. I think we've got until 2:30 to get through as many as we can. The first question I want to ask is about the impacts of policy costs on bills, and price caps give an indication to us, a really strong one, about the quantum of policy costs on bills. It tells you how much energy company obligation is costing, contracts for difference and those sorts of things. But it doesn't tell us about the impact those policies have had on bills more generally. We used to get that reported on from BEIS, but we don't anymore. And I was wondering whether anyone on the panel has any views about whether that would be a good thing to bring back to make sure we can achieve fairness in the energy market. I'm going to go to Rich first, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks. I certainly have views on this. So, yeah, we used to, at the start of the coalition government, there was a commitment to produce an annual report setting out the cumulative impact of environmental and social policies on consumer energy bills. And that was a really valuable tool that brought together information into a single place, setting out what consumers were funding, why they were funding it, the quantums associated with it, and the potential beneficiaries. It also provided, at quite a crude level, but nonetheless a useful level, some degree of distributional analysis to let you know, if you like, which households were paying more, which were paying less, which were likely to be the beneficiaries, which were not likely to be the beneficiaries. The last one of those reports was in 2014, I believe. Obviously, that was a coalition government commitment, and that government ceased in 2015. But it would be useful to see the current government take on a similar type of commitment to producing these types of reports for multiple reasons. Firstly, because it simply is, I think, a basic measure of public accountability to kind of explain what you're spending money on and what cash you get out of that, what kind of benefits you get out of that in the end. But also because in a consequence of that accountability, of that transparency, it really does allow for scrutiny of whether money is being spent in the best possible way, whether we are targeting cash in a way that best helps the least worst, the least well off, that best helps those living in the worst properties who need most support. So I think the reintroduction of that type of tool would be very, very useful. It also would seem to be something which, without working with it in the department, perhaps this is presumptuous of me to say, but because departments by their nature have to produce impact assessments of their own proposals, will monitor the uptake of their own schemes, this is the type of data that should be held by BEIS already. It's not really a case of asking it to produce data that it shouldn't already hold. It's more a case of asking for that data to be published in a form which is intelligible and useful to people who work in the sector and who work for energy consumers.
Thanks, Rich. I knew you'd have a good view on that. You mentioned sort of the political nature of the department and the interactions there with that sort of reporting. I wonder whether I could go to Josh to give some insight on that from that point of view.
Yeah, of course. It's easy now about government to say transparency. That's a must. Publish everything. Much easier to do. Harder to do in practice. I can assure you. I think, to be honest, on the policy cost side, there's actually loads of good analysis externally now. There's work that's been done by think tanks, analysis. Like there's actually really good at quite up to date analysis, which I can tell you from internally the government is very accurate and very, very useful. So I don't disagree with you, Rich. But kind of I think on the actual policy cost side, there is actually enough already. The critical thing for me, though, is how we now move forward on this issue, because clearly it's been caught up in the near-term kind of dynamic around the bills. And I think, to be honest, it's probably too much of a fundamental issue to try and fix in the near term. It's about what is the right balance of policy costs on bills, given they are a fixed cost, so inherently can be shifted around and you can distribute them in a more progressive way. And in addition, you're getting to a point when putting additional costs on bills is neither socially or politically viable. So you need to come up with different ways to fund measures, including the utilisation of the tax system more generally and the distribution of costs within that. So I think that's the more fundamental question for me. How do you shift? And that's a very difficult political question. Just on a broader transparency point, I think the thing which government can do and is starting to do is publish data sets more. So open source modelling, which allows the clever people on this call and elsewhere to do their own modelling, own assessments, own analysis. That's the stuff that's actually really additive, because then that helps inform the public policy debate. At the end of the day, government is one source of analysis and advice, but there's a lot more people who can do it better. So open source as much modelling as possible to allow people to understand and then input.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Josh. We do have some more questions. One of the questions that we have is probably initially directed at Archie, but I'm sure others will have views on this as well. And that's around the behavioural changes that you talked about. And that's recognised by the CCC and others as being really vital. But fuel poor households are much more likely to ration their energy use already, so have less flexibility to safely reduce their energy demand. And the question is really all about how do we make sure that we target that behavioural change advice to the households that do have that sort of extra demand that they're using that they can safely cut, to ensure that we're not hurting the poorest households when we're trying to make those changes.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think, you know, in the few minutes I spoke for, I think I mentioned that some households do have greater capacity for this than others. I think with the advent of you know, this technology that we have at our fingertips with granulated data available through smart meters, there's a lot that can be directed at any level of household, and I think really that's sort of where we move away from thinking about you know, simple measures, and really try and form habits through the technology that can be provided to customers with the advent of smart meters and the technology that comes along with that. I think it's important to say that behavioural change is sort of one element of sustainable energy use, or a sustainable energy sort of ecosystem. And for me, it seems to be sort of the lowest hanging fruit or the quickest win. And every household, I think, has a degree to which it can be employed. But this is in tandem with all of the other measures that, you know, we've talked about on this call. This is in tandem with wider income support, with rebalancing of energy costs, with more effective energy efficiency policy, meaning that these households have access to funds that can improve the thermal efficiency of the fabric of the buildings they're living in, or it can mean that a wider income support can free up income from other areas, so that, you know, these sort of basic needs are affordable. So I think it's two things. Is that I think technology is making this more available to a wider set of households than previously have experienced it, and then I think also it's, you know, part of a big ecosystem of measures to make energy affordable.
Thanks, Archie. Rachel, I wonder whether you have a view on how to make sure we don't sort of stigmatise people who are living in poverty when giving this behavioural change advice, who might not have the agency to make such changes.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point that there has to be some caution around here, and I think we've seen some quite poor examples of quite broad brush approaches to this type of device in the news recently. I think the point I would really draw out is just how important relationship and trust is in that dynamic. You know, really knowing your customer and their circumstances can go a long way to helping you know what meaningful change might be possible and appropriate. We are speaking to our clients, they've definitely found that in their interactions with suppliers, they can feel like they are approaching with a problem of, why is my bill so high? I'm cutting back X, Y, and Z. I'm being as frugal as possible. Why is it so high? And that question of helping customers understand why there is waste in their usage, and that isn't as simple as really basic advice. Often that's about helping people understand how their heating system's playing a role, or how they've got that set up, and I think actually really getting into much more meaningful conversations with customers to help them understand the ins and outs, of what's going on in their own situation is what's needed here. You know, alongside, sure, behavioural nudges, framing social norms that it's what we want and it's a good thing to be sustainable and environmental. But, you know, I think it's absolutely crucial as well that, you know, in interactions with customers, that's done in an appropriate way and with relevance to their circumstances, and particularly where people are raising concern. Often we see that problem shunted, and it's a question of the meter readings are what the meter readings are, and getting under the hood of that, and helping the consumer fix those problems, which often can feel out of their control, is really important as well.
I muted myself before speaking there. Thanks, Rachel. That's a really insightful answer to what is really quite a difficult question, I think. And speaking of very difficult questions, we've had one particularly hard one in the Q&A. Is a number of you have spoken about social tariffs, and there's a really big question of who gets a social tariff if they are offered. I'm not going to ask any of you who should get one, because I think that's too hard to answer on the spot. But what I will do is ask Jess about her work with the Consumer Council for Water, which looked at social tariffs and how to work through who might receive one and what that process was like.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Still a difficult question, especially when something's still ongoing, because it's not just something that you can make a decision on one day and implement it the next. But in the context of the CCW affordability review and looking at it in water, we're in a position where there's a minimum of 17 social tariffs currently available across the water industry, and so you can have a look at a wide range of different approaches that companies have, whether that's based on income assessment, on benefit entitlement, and is that general means tested benefits, or are they very specific, looking at whether or not a customer deems their bill to be affordable and having quite a subjective measure. And there were a number of different things that we basically looked at in the context of the review to say, would the way that you approach it with the discount, would it be best to do it as similar to a rebate like home discount, or looking at things like rising block tariffs? I mean, the conversation was huge, but one of the things that we came to was that there was nothing within the water industry currently that directly linked to water poverty and in lifting households out of water poverty. And water poverty is important to note in England and Wales doesn't have a formally agreed definition. They do use multiple definitions, but most typically it's been agreed that we focus on a bill to income ratio. So if you spend more than 3 or 5% of your household disposable income after housing costs on your water bill, then you would be in water poverty. And so what they're actually trying to do with the water social tariff is align it to that 5% measure, so more severe water poverty at first. And that would basically mean that if somebody's paying more than 5%, then they would be entitled to that social tariff support. Now that's something that could potentially be replicated in energy. Adam this morning talked about the difference between you being in fuel poverty in the current Lilly measure, and then also being in fuel stress by paying more than 10% of your household bill. Potentially that's a suitable proxy to look at and say it's not about benefit entitlement, it's more about your income level versus the price that you're paying for your energy. So it would be something that there's a number of different options and proxies you can look at, but that might be a place to start.
Thanks, Jess. Really important to understand what processes you might want to go through in order to determine the answer to that very tough question. I've probably got time for one last very quick question, and that's around price protection outside of electricity and gas. So if you believe the CCC, you'll also believe that district heating markets and more centralised ground source heat pumps will take up quite a big share of the market, the heating market going forward, as we move towards 2050. But currently, those markets don't receive the same level of consumer protections, and certainly not price protection. So I wonder whether anyone has any views on whether all consumers should be protected for their heating demand in terms of price, or whether we should sort of pick and choose which markets it's most appropriate for. I'll go to Rich first, if that's okay. It sounds like a very economics question.
Yeah, sure. I mean, certainly if you want people to take up alternative, lower carbon forms of heating, you need to work with the grain of what they want. And to do that, I think you do need to be able to give people some level of assurance that they will be paying the same amount or less to receive the same amount of comfort or more. You know, to sell the low carbon transition, it has to represent an improvement on consumers' lives. In terms of price protection for things like district heating schemes, I think there's a challenge around how you would deliver that in practice, in that a difference between, say, the application of price caps in electricity and gas to district heating would be that in electricity and gas, you only have a relatively small number of suppliers who are supplying millions of households and who have very similar cost bases, or quite similar cost bases. Whereas in the case of district heating, you have an extremely large and varied number of district heating schemes out there. Some of them with tens of thousands of customers attached, but some of them are sort of one-offs. And because of that, it's quite hard to come up with a model which would fit every single scheme, and they would have very different costs associated with them. So I think it'd be quite hard to implement a cap, or harder to implement a cap for district heating than it would be for electricity and gas. But nonetheless, I think it's an option which policymakers would probably want to keep on the table to basically see how things evolve. Certainly we're conscious, and I don't know what NEA's mailbox looks like on this, but we're receiving quite a lot of concerns from customers of district heating schemes, basically raising exactly this point, saying they're facing pretty terrifying bill increases and wanting to know what can be done to protect them. So it's a very real challenge.
Thanks, Rich. I'm afraid we've been timed out in this session. I found it really useful. I hope those watching have really enjoyed it as well. So what I have to do is say thank you to everyone for contributing there. All of you contributed quite a lot, and it was brilliant to listen to you. Lots of excellent questions from the crowd as well. So now we'll end this session, and we're swiftly moving to the next session. Danny's just appeared on my screen, which is brilliant. So I'm going to hand over to Danny and the next panel to continue our journey, and I think we're talking about smart meters.
Fantastic, seamless transition. Can I ask the panel to come and join me as well, if possible? Hopefully everybody's there. Hello, everybody. Hello. So welcome all to this session on Getting Smart. I've got a fantastic panel that joined me today. I've got Fleur Lawton, Head of Public Affairs at Smart Energy GB, Colin Griffiths, Policy Manager. Wow. I can't get my words out today, at Citizens Advice, Maxine Frag, who's here in a personal capacity, but obviously as an associate at Sustainability First and a trustee at Smart Energy GB, on the Board of Trustees for Smart Energy GB, and Liam Clark, Programme Director at Octopus Energy. So the intention behind this session, and I know there were a few questions that popped up in the Q&A during the last session about smart metering, so we'll try and touch on those in the Q&A session now. This session will look at how, with the remainder of the rollout ahead of us, we can encourage innovation that can either directly support vulnerable energy customers or have a wider positive impact on the energy system, which ultimately feeds through to vulnerable and low-income customers. It'll also look at whether a smart and innovative energy system is more or less important because of the energy crisis. I mean, spoiler alert, I hope it's more important. I hope that's certainly what people are going to say, but we'll see with our speakers coming up shortly. So before I hand over to the first speaker, I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk through some of the work NEA has been involved in recently. I am going to give myself ever such a small hospital pass at this point, as I only returned from maternity a couple of weeks ago, and I've had some excellent briefings from colleagues, but you'll know if Peter Smith pops up suddenly, you know I'm going down the wrong path, or I've said something wrong regarding our recent recommendations. So NEA has long since held the view that smart metering has the potential to provide real kind of tangible benefits for vulnerable and low-income households, but it's really important that those same individuals are properly and effectively supported through the process, and particularly in how they interact effectively with the information that they're presented with as a result of having an in-home display in their home. We are really proud to be working with Smart Energy GB on their grant giving programme. I'm hopeful that somebody in the wings will be able to share a link to the grant giving programme, which is currently live. This year we're looking to support organisations that reach people who are over 65 on a low income or part of a caring organisation or work with carers. And the purpose of those grants is specifically to help those organisations reach vulnerable people living in vulnerable circumstances with information about smart metering, how they engage with the rollout, and critically how they make the most of having a smart meter. So a link should be shared shortly in the chat for that if anybody knows or is interested in looking at applying to those grants. So just in terms of the benefits, in the home, obviously smart meters give struggling households new insights into the way that they use their energy, which should hopefully obviously help them better understand where they can change their usage and what appliances might be costing them the most, and therefore identify actions to help them reduce their energy costs ultimately where there's any ability to do that. In the face of the energy crisis, this has been invaluable, with every penny counting even more than it was before. We've also had lots of consumer feedback noting that suppliers have been pushing for an increase in direct debit values, and having the visibility of actual energy usage gives the customer more control in terms of being able to push back on that dialogue if that direct debit doesn't seem to align with what they feel they're using. If they've got that visibility on their smart meter, then they can push back more confidently. It's also been invaluable in terms of, sadly, the recent loss of a number of suppliers within the market. When people have been transferred over to the supplier of last resort process, it means that they are very confident in what credit or debt level they may have had with the supplier that they were with prior to moving across to any new supplier. It also gives us a rare touch point, and we've talked about this for many years now, a rare touch point between the supplier and their customers, particularly their vulnerable customers, where those individuals can receive tailored advice. More information can be gathered about the home so that that information can be very much bespoke to their home circumstances. Identify people who may not already be on the priority services register but should be, present them with safety advice and eligibility checks for government schemes, and help direct people and route people through to those government schemes and any kind of local authority energy efficiency schemes or the energy company obligation. We do believe that the rollout is particularly critical for those on prepayment meters. Coupling fuel poverty with a prepayment meter can lead to severe consequences around self-rationing and self-disconnecting. And I know that some of this was touched on in our last session. We know that smart meters don't solve that problem in and unto themselves, but they can facilitate solutions to help alleviate it. Suppliers can offer more ways to help people top up, including topping up online, meaning that there's less chance of people going for prolonged periods without funds on their prepayment meter, particularly if the reason for not topping up is because they can't get out. We saw that really come into its own during the pandemic, where people couldn't necessarily go out because of isolation. In addition to this, suppliers stand a much better chance of spotting when a customer is self-disconnecting and potentially even self-rationing as well. And we know that Ofgem are looking to mandate them to do that within their licence conditions. If suppliers know that a customer is self-disconnected, then they can proactively reach out to look at friendly credit, discretionary credit and emergency services. There's also the potential for them to offer additional services like routing them into third parties, considering benefit entitlement checks, and looking at other kind of local services that might be able to support them, perhaps with debt alleviation and the such like. So last year, towards the end of last year, just as I went off as it happens, coincidence, I promise, NEA started working on our research project with Energy Action Scotland and Smart Energy GB, looking at the benefits of smart prepay. It's fair to say that progress with the smart prepay is lagging behind the overall rollout. To date, we see 26 million smart meters installed at the last count within homes and micro businesses. That was last quarter's data. It's not due to be updated until March this year, but thus far only a small proportion of the second generation smart prepay meters. So with this research, we engaged over 100 organisations and really welcome the panel today, because we spoke to everybody that joins me today on this session. And we also heard stories from fuel poor householders as well to better understand and quantify the benefits of smart meters for prepayment users specifically. Within that research, we estimate that more than £5 billion in benefits for households alone. This includes all the aforementioned benefits I've talked about above, but also the potential to benefit from new innovative time of use tariffs, which could help achieve bill savings too. And this session hopefully will touch more on kind of the potential for innovation within the smart meter rollout as well. We found that the benefits to suppliers of the rollout for these customers is substantial too, at £1 billion for the lifetime of the meters. But there is still a lag. We've still got a long way to go. So the other part of the research, the other thing that the research looked at was, why do we still have this lag? Some of the things that came out from that, some of the insight that came out was there is a lack of tariffs still aimed at the smart prepayment market, so less incentive for people to consider going to smart prepay. Poor awareness still of the benefits of smart meters, although there's a huge amount of activity across industry and across the work that Smart Energy GB do, trying to ensure that that is enhanced. There's a continued lack of trust towards suppliers and about the rollout more generally, but given the point above, there is a lot of work going into that to try to address that kind of challenge. There's also no bespoke targets currently specifically for replacing old prepayment meters, which if we had that would help drive progress. It would help move industry on in terms of getting the prepayment meters into people's homes. Lots of those barriers are being overcome, as I've already touched on, and momentum is growing, but there are still some hurdles to overcome. So there's some kind of key policy recommendations that sits in that document. I've not had a chance to look at the chat yet, but hopefully somebody will also share a link to the research paper, so you can all read it in full as well. So I'm only giving some headlines here. So in terms of overcoming those barriers, the insights from the research showed us that we need to ensure that policy and regulation is in the right place to support the rollout to prepayment households. This means the specific targets that I referenced just now, so that whenever a legacy meter is replaced or moved, a new smart meter is installed, and we don't see new legacy prepayment meters being installed. And we need to create a mechanism so that households can actually take a share of the financial benefits of smart metering more easily. Some ideas we have within the research is things like a cashback system where credit could be applied to the meter, where the prepayment customer takes up the offer of a smart meter, so incentivising that adoption. Need to make sure that the awareness and advice is in the right place. Needs to be a concerted effort to improve advice around smart prepayment meters, building on existing advice packages, enhancing kind of training, and ensuring that energy suppliers commit to activities that can help build better trust with their legacy prepayment customers. So I think it's obvious that there are lots of benefits, particularly to the prepayment sector, but there's still a long journey, and there's about 4 million people currently on prepayment meters. So we need to kind of move forward on that as soon as possible and make progress, because it will be an opportunity lost if we don't. And ultimately, we're already paying for the rollout, so those people deserve to benefit from it sooner rather than later. Just on the innovation point, and I'm not going to talk for too much longer because I'm conscious of time and really want to pass over to our panel of speakers, but we know that smart metering can provide a catalyst for innovation. There's lots more that we might see in the future. I'm excited to hear from our speakers about some of their views. Just a couple of projects that we've worked on previously from our innovation and technical evaluation team. Back in 2019, possibly slightly earlier actually, we worked on the health and innovation. We concluded our health and innovation programme. One of the projects in there was looking at how battery storage, not necessarily used in tandem with a solar panel actually, could help reduce someone's ongoing costs. So that was working with North Devon Homes, SunGift, Tesla, and with NEA, and we looked at how the battery could obviously charge during off-peak times and then discharge during on-peak times. The cost savings were substantial. Now, appreciate there is a large capital upfront cost to installing battery storage, but it just demonstrated how, if that capital funding was made available, it can really, really bring down people's bills at quite a monumental level. So that was just one thing that I wanted to touch on before I hand over to our speakers. So without further ado, I would like to call Flea first, if that's okay. You're first on my list, so I hope you're ready to speak.
That's great. I found my mute button. We're all good. Thank you, Danny, and thank you to NEA for the opportunity to speak today. It's a really interesting topic, and listening to the discussions earlier on in the day, this, smart meters, data, and how they can support vulnerable consumers in the future as well have been coming up quite often in conversations. So it's really good to be having this session as well. As Danny said, I'm Flea Lawton. I'm Head of Public Affairs for Smart Energy GB, and we're the National Consumer Engagement Campaign for the smart meter rollout. It's our role to make sure that people are aware of smart meters, that they understand what the benefits are, and that they're happy and confident to say yes to having one installed by their energy supplier. We're also tasked with encouraging energy behaviour change and supporting consumers in vulnerable circumstances, including those in fuel poverty, basically to use their smart meters to help understand their energy use and talk about many of the things that Danny mentioned earlier as well. Now, the smart meter rollout is a massive infrastructure project that's getting new digital meters into homes and small businesses across Great Britain. As Danny mentioned already, the latest official figures, which are from the end of September last year, say that there's over 26.4 million smart meters already been installed. That's about 47% of the population. So by this point, we're probably approaching that 50% mark, which is a really excellent thing to see. And it's good to see that organisations, that government and industry are still supporting the rollout and really driving this forward as well. So not only is it a massive project to get into everyone's homes, it's also a very complex one. You know, it means getting meters into homes across Great Britain, homes made up of incredibly diverse housing stock that technically produces quite a few challenges for installers as well. It's also a voluntary programme, so you don't have to say yes to getting a smart meter. And we know that changing your meter isn't the top of everybody's to-do list. So there's a job to be done in terms of convincing people that this needs to happen. And it is a really important job. You know, if everyone in Great Britain got a smart meter, we'd be saving the equivalent amount of carbon dioxide as 70 million mature trees. Smart meters are the foundation of an energy system which is more flexible, which can respond to our changing demands and how we're going to operate in the future, and can use more renewable sources of energy, things like wind and solar as well, to really help decarbonize our energy system and help ultimately the country get to net zero carbon emissions. From a more personal perspective, you know, smart meters give us visibility and an understanding of our energy that we've never had before. You know, being able to see in pounds and pence what you're spending as a consumer of energy, that gives us a much better understanding of what your energy is costing you right now, not in 3 months' time when your bill comes through and there's nothing you can do about it. So that's incredibly important and incredibly useful for everybody, basically across the nation, in terms of becoming users of energy, in terms of becoming active participants in that energy system and not merely, you know, being done to. The data that your smart meters provide as well, the data that they send to your energy suppliers mean that you get an accurate bill, not an estimate. And again, having that accuracy, having that data means being able to better ask for help and understanding your energy system and being able to actually ask for help at the right times as well. So I think that's really important. So the rollout's progressing well, but it hasn't been without its challenges. I think one of the key areas that we get asked about all the time is around switching with a smart meter, perhaps more pre-energy crisis when switching was, you know, switching was a better thing to be doing. But to be clear, whatever smart meter you've got, you can switch supplier. Some of the first generation smart meters that were fitted couldn't communicate with different suppliers. So when people switched, they went back to working like a traditional normal meter. But the meters now being installed are second generation meters. They're the ones that count towards the rollout now. And they're able to switch between energy suppliers, no matter who completed the installation. And for those of us on, so the remaining first generation meters, they're currently being migrated across into this network. So that's going to enable them to switch between suppliers as well. Many of us have already been done. I've had, you know, notice from my energy supplier that my smart meter, my first generation smart meters has been moved across now, and all the data is back on it that I can see again. And that process is continuing and will take place over the next couple of years. Another challenge, as I mentioned before, is around the technical aspects of the rollout. You know, we've got really varied housing stock. We've got different issues. It could be a high-rise block where your meter banks are all in the basement, but your energy supply is right at the top. Or you might have really thick walls, and trying to get the smart meter to communicate through them can be a challenge as well. So there's a lot of work around alternative solutions being developed for these and being rolled out. So things like communications hubs that operate on different frequencies to allow them to work and things like that. So a lot of the benefits that we talk about with the smart meter rollout can often be quite future facing. You know, I've talked about a smart energy system, flexible tariffs, about integrating renewables. And it's sometimes hard for people to get their head around actually, you know, why is that important? Why is that important to me right now? But I think for some of the benefits that are right now that Danny referred to earlier, you know, prepayment meters and those who use prepayment meters for their energy, the benefit of getting a smart meter is very much now. Smart meters can operate in credit or prepayment mode. You know, on a prepay meter, smart prepay meter, you don't have to go to the shop. You can charge up online, over the phone, on an app, or still go to the shop if that's what you prefer. You don't have to worry about travel. And again, as we said, during the pandemic, that was particularly important. And it also enables that information coming from the other direction as well from suppliers, whether that's around emergency credit or friendly credit. Those things are really important and becoming, you know, more and more important as we go on as well. Danny's already mentioned the report that NEA and EAS did with us as well. I think incredibly important around the recommendations that are in there, and certainly from our perspective at Smart Energy GB, we're working on looking at the promotion of sort of prepay meters. We're running a campaign at the minute, which is running into the spring. We'll also be running another one sort of autumn and winter. Again, we've got responsibility there around working with vulnerable consumers and making sure that they're not left behind, and this is one of the ways that we're continuing to do that as well. So thinking then to the future and looking what sort of data from smart meters can do and how critical it is about helping and how we engage with the energy system of the future. I mean, that provision of data from smart meters means a shift to an energy system which is very much consumer focused for the future. We're already seeing signs of innovations coming forward, including things like time of use tariffs, flexible tariffs, helping us to shift our energy away from peak times. There need to be more of these, certainly need to be more of these in terms of prepayment world. We want to see those coming. I'm confident that they are coming, but we need to see more of those coming soon. And I think as more people get smart meters, as more people are engaged in the rollout, then this will become more possible as well. We hear a lot about smart appliances, whether that's your smart fridge or your smart TVs or anything like that, but actually using those and the data from those and looking at interactions, how those interact with your smart meter. Are there ways of better understanding sort of how your appliances are using energy? And I think, again, helping us to use energy better and make right decisions for the future as well is really important. We've done a few reports into smart healthcare as well, and there are already projects that are using data from smart meters and other data sets, along with things like machine learning and artificial intelligence, that can really help people to live in their homes for longer. So helping them by learning patterns of behaviour and helping around energy use and helping to alert sort of family, friends or carers around any changes as well. So there's quite a lot of exciting stuff happening in that area, supporting people. I think another area that we'll see changes around automation. Lots of people aren't engaged in the energy system, don't really want to be engaged in the energy system, and automation is a way that they can potentially still have the best deals and still make sure that they're paying the right prices for their energy as well. So I think in the future we will see more automation coming forward. As Danny's already mentioned, I think, or it might have been in the previous session actually, having better data in the future means that help can be provided to the right people and be fairer in terms of sort of how the greatest support as well is provided. And I think, I'm talking about the future, it all sounds quite rosy, it all sounds really exciting. But alongside that, we need to make sure that there's protection and that there's clarity for consumers. Offers are going to get more complicated. There are more parties involved in offering you things around your energy, and the customer journey needs to be clear in that. Customers need to have the confidence to engage with their energy and with this system, and they need to have the protections that cover them need to be in place up front as well. So if you do end up on a time of use tariff that turns out not to be right for you, that there are protections there that can help you get out of that as well. Trust is a word that has come up a lot here. Trust, unbiased support to help everyone sort of navigate this system, I think, is particularly important. I think all in all, I'm really positive about sort of where the rollout is going, that innovations will come forward in coming years, but we do need to learn the lessons. We need to learn the lessons of the rollout and of other programs as well, and make sure we feed into them to get an inclusive smart program going forward. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you, Claire. Sorry, I took some of the stats and things from you. I'm going to hand over quickly to Colin now, if that's okay.
Hi all. At the start of this event, Adam and a few other people took a brief moment of their time to talk about Audrey Gallagher, who sadly passed away over the weekend. And I was going to do the same with just a little bit of my time, just to acknowledge the phenomenal impact she had on consumer advocacy within energy. Also, on an entirely personal level, she's the reason I'm here today. She, a decade ago, hired me for an energy job, convinced me that energy policy was where I could be of most value. I will sorely miss her in meetings like this, and also possibly more importantly at the pub. I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge that before I move on to my bit. So I am Colin Griffiths, policy manager at Citizens Advice, work on smart metering and other things smart related, so a lot of kind of digital tools and things like that as well. I also am in the position of following Danny and Flair, so a lot of the wisdom that I have has already been dropped into the chat. So I'm going to try not to repeat all the points you guys have made, but I will say to start with, everything you've said is spot on, and you've identified most of the key points that I think are really central to this discussion. To pick up on my point specifically, I think it's been particularly telling, especially recently, as switching is effectively paused, we'll say paused for now, as a means of saving money and energy, and that bit of advice is kind of phased away. I'm increasingly seeing people turning to smart and new technologies and energy saving as, well, is this how we help consumers engage with these prices, when switching the old message is kind of defunct for a while. And as others have already noted, it's worth mentioning the act of getting a smart meter doesn't innately save you money. It's just a new way of recording how much energy you're using. It's all about consumers being able to engage with that huge amount, the step change amount of data that you'll now have about your home, about your energy usage, about what you're doing, about what your appliances are doing. There are savings for suppliers and for networks that might be passed down in bills, but to be honest, with current costs going up, that's probably not too notable at the moment. But I just think that's always worth emphasizing, that the meter on its own doesn't do the job. It's everything that that meter enables that gets this work done. And that means that that support for consumers is going to be crucially important. You can't just put it on the wall and be like, job done, smart meters will fix this problem for us. We're going to have to make use of those new tools and services. And these are slowly going from hypothetical to real. There are a lot of promises made early on, and they're slowly being delivered by various suppliers and in various ways. I mean, to talk about the things that we already have seen, the most immediate benefit to vulnerable consumers, with the caveat that prepay doesn't perfectly correlate to vulnerability, but there are strong links there, so I think it's worth talking about them, is, as Danny mentioned, smart prepay has been a real game changer. Whenever we do research, people on prepay particularly like their smart meters. Foundationally, that's because of the fact that they can go from credit to prepay mode. There's no longer getting a specific meter, all the costs, hassle, sometimes warrants and other invasive processes that involves, and also because of all the new ways to top up that it creates for you. So you can do it via an app, you can go online, do it on the phone, you'd have to go to the shop with your key card to do it. Unexpected, huge benefit during COVID lockdowns. We found ourselves in the odd position of getting calls from people saying, I don't want a smart meter installed because I don't want a stranger in my house. And other people saying, I desperately want a smart meter installed so I don't have to go to the shop every week to go and top up. I can do it remotely. So an unexpected benefit there for vulnerable consumers, particularly, was the fact they could do this remotely. The other one that I will flag is the in-home display. So we're seeing increasingly people are making a lot of use of a lot of IHDs. I don't believe it's required, but most suppliers offer IHDs that do this. Budgeting tools within that traffic light, which very much just at a glance tells you what your usage is looking like, which I think is always worth, anyone who's commissioning research, please do ask about that, because the amount of times we'll get well, I only press the buttons once a week, and it's kind of like interacts with IHD once a week. But actually, when you talk about when do you look at it and just look at that little speedo, it's several times a day and the whole family's using it. And actually related to that, and those of you who sit in smart meter working groups with me will already heard me talk about this, we're increasingly seeing a need to support that IHD. So keep hearing from consumers who really like it, but we're reaching a point now where some are very old, they're getting on a bit from the early installs, but at the moment there's only an obligation to maintain, replace, repair for 1 year. And we're still seeing cases of consumers coming to saying it stopped working, it's, I would like a new one, but I just can't get one. I know we got one case through where a local citizen's advice used their own budget to buy one for a consumer and get it set up for them because the supplier just wasn't helping. And I know colleagues at Energy UK have done an information request and got policies from suppliers on this. And so it's on a kind of case-by-case basis where we all look to replace them. Some suppliers have seemed very keen to, but we are still seeing a lot of larger suppliers who just shrug and say, it's been a year, we're out. And that's just, I'm not just bringing up one specific policy concern. I think it's indicative of that need for ongoing support. So if you've got an in-home display and this is your kind of portal into understanding your energy, it does need to be ongoing. You need to still be able to access that. It's not just for the 1 year that it's warranted for. It's also worth mentioning quickly the accessible in-home display, which was a bit of a passion project of mine for many years, getting that up and running, which allows people with dexterity issues, with eyesight issues, to still use that as well. And those are now, I think we're at a point where a consumer can very reasonably ask for one of those and the supplier should be able to provide one. So they've also got a means to access their data. As I said at the start, smart is a huge step change in the amount of data about usage, and then from that derived information about your home that you have. And Sasha, in not the previous section, but the one before that, mentioned using half-hourly data to help consumers save. And it can also be used to identify vulnerability. I think it was mentioned that it's harder to tell if people are self-disconnecting or they simply just forgot. But actually in Smart World, where you can just top up very easily, it's more likely that it is a self-disconnection, because it's no longer, oh, I didn't get to the shop and I missed out on my top up, because it is that instantaneous thing. So there's some benefits there. But I would flag again that this does need to be done with a little bit of care. So sorry for pinging in examples, but another one that I've recently seen was, this is slightly out, it's an energy supplier, it's slightly outside of smart, but it's a data question, is we should 100% be using this data to help us identify vulnerable consumers, help us support them, and help reach out. But suppliers do need to do it with some care and delicacy and thought. The example I was going to throw in was just one we had recently, where a supplier made a debt repayment plan contingent on access to open banking data, so that we'll take a look at your finances and we'll work out what we think an appropriate debt repayment plan is. And that was just alarm bells all over. And it was for the consumer as well, because they immediately called us saying, is this the new world of open data and sharing things, where because they can do this, they're now making it a requirement I give them access to all of that so they can make a call? I'm not saying that it's typical, but I tend to notice these little cases of just, and most suppliers are far more careful and sensible than that, but these things do happen, and it can be very unnerving for consumers. And it's worth remembering, especially where we're dealing with consumers who might be in debt, who might have had a previously antagonistic relationship with their supplier, that if a supplier approaches them saying, hey, it looks like you're struggling, there are different ways that can be taken by the consumer. So this isn't a call not to do that, it's a call to do that very carefully and to really think about your communications and your approach. My final point is just about that future tech and the kind of the promises of smart that we're seeing start to get delivered, but we're still waiting on them. So smart enables so many new services. So you've got time of use tariffs, makes microgen far better, because you can start, especially if you've got a battery, storing the energy when energy is expensive, or sorry, storing it when it's cheap, use it when it's expensive. Same with EVs, you can manage when you charge them. Same with high energy use items like heat pumps, which are increasingly coming in. Also, with the caveat that switching isn't having much at the moment, automatic switching tools, things like that, will really rely on smart meters to have that data to get you switched to exactly the right tariff, especially when they're more complex. There's a big question about how vulnerable consumers can stay in that market, because it's going to require smart appliances, an EV, a heat pump. There are schemes to help people get them, but I think this has been mentioned already in this group. The funding isn't quite there. You know, it touches on tens of thousands when it needs to touch on hundreds of thousands. And we already have a world where the digitally excluded get left behind, get left out of a lot of services, a lot of things that would save them money. There is a risk of increasing that as smart tech rolls out and certain demographics are really able to take advantage of it, especially homeowners. They can buy all the smart kit. Their whole home is running on an automated system that really squeezes every kilowatt hour to use it in the most strategically useful place possible. And I particularly flag the private rented sector, because we've already seen in smart metering generally that the private rented sector has consistently had fewer smart meters installed. And there are all sorts of challenges around that, around landlords, about who has a stake in actually getting it fitted. But the same is going to be true for smart tech, just as it is for insulation and other energy efficiency measures. So it's worth, I just think a lot of consideration needs to be given to that distributional impact, the winners and the losers, and making sure that everyone can be brought on this journey and see these benefits, rather than just kind of waiting and assuming the market will fix it for us. And the final thing I note, just because Fleer brought up the switching challenges that have existed, is to shamelessly self-promote that we have launched an interoperability checker that lets you tap in your meter's information and it will tell you which suppliers you can switch to without losing smart functionality. It taps directly into the DCC. So that exists, that is online. I don't have a link to throw in the chat, but I like to mention it because certainly local citizens advice seems to be making a lot of really useful use of it. And I wanted to mention that it exists. And at that, I feel like I ran my time there, Danny, sorry.
No, perfect, Colin. As ever, we are very much aligned. So thank you for that. I'll ask one of the colleagues to see if they can drop a link in the chat before we finish up. Okay. And great to hear that that's now live, because I think it was just in development, just completing development before I went off. Maxine, would it be possible to hand over to yourself now?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And I mean, like so many others, I want to start by just remembering Audrey, who I think kind of taught me everything I need to know as I was in Ofgem and she was in Energy Watch and Consumer Focus, and also really shaped the smart meter rollout from a consumer perspective. So many of the good things for consumers that are in the rollout are there because of Audrey. So we remember her fondly. And if we kind of go back to what those advantages are of smart meters generally, I think they've all been touched on in terms of that visibility it gives to people of their energy consumption. But linking that back to the current energy crisis that we talked about so much this morning, there are new cohorts of people who, whether from the pandemic or from rising prices, are now having to worry about energy bills in a way that they haven't before. And for them, that smart meter is going to be really invaluable in helping them understand where they're using their energy and how they can better manage it. And even for those who've been struggling for a long while and for whom the latest price rises are almost unthinkable, the work that the suppliers can do to really just get the most from that data and point to as Utilita suggested, to point to places where there might be invisible wastage that's going on, that even those who think they're being really, really economical, there might still be just that little bit more that they can squeeze out. So that really remains crucial, which was one of the kind of core points about having smart meters. And then, as we've touched on, the benefits for prepayment customers and the additional convenience and new flexibility around payments that it offers is really important. So those are the benefits. I guess the challenges, again, some of these have been touched on around different types of properties. Particularly, Flair talked about kind of those like blocks of flats where you might have the meter in the basement, and there's a solution coming over the horizon, alt-han, techie jargon, to fix that. And then another category is economy 7 customers, many of whom are going to be exactly those who are already struggling with their bills, but who have particularly complicated meter setups. And again, a solution is just on the horizon for those. So I think there will be a new kind of groups of customers who weren't previously able to get smart meters, but who should be able to within the next year or so, and who probably are those who will particularly benefit from that opening up of new routes and new meter types. So then thinking about the more innovative stuff, and we've touched on time of use tariffs, and I think that the challenge there is really how to make sure that works for the people that we're talking about today. It isn't going to help everybody, but when the price of energy varies so much over the course of the day, the ability to actually benefit from that and do things when energy is cheaper is something that those who are really scrabbling to work out how to make those limited budgets work really have a motivation, much more than many other people do, to take advantage of that time of use tariffs. And so But what worries me is that at the minute they're not the target constituent. You look online, it's charge your EV overnight and get a really great tariff. Thank you, Octopus. Now, hopefully, Liam's going to tell us how that can help a wider set of customers, and they then need to be framed in a way that will work for those customers without the risk of large upsides when the prices go and spike. We need a kind of form of time of use tariff that's going to work and be understandable but benefit some very different kind of sets of customers, but who really need cheap energy now more than ever before. So there is a real opportunity there. That may take time to come, but I'm hopeful, and it really is one of the big advantages of smart meters. And kind of finally linked to that, we have touched on the challenge really to exploit that ability to shift the time you use energy. Things like having battery storage can make a huge difference, and the challenge there being, of course, how do you afford that upfront cost? But one of the things that's quite interesting at the minute is all of the distribution network companies who are beginning to think about how they can make use of customer flexibility when they've got constraints on their network, when they would otherwise need to invest in putting in fatter cables or whatever, but who are also very committed to trying to think about how they can make sure that there are not groups that are left behind in the energy transition. So a number of them in the business plans that they've put into Ofgem just before Christmas have got proposals for ways to provide part funding, at least to support the use of kind of batteries or other forms of helping those on low incomes to be able to access and provide flexibility services so that it's both a win for the network and a win for the customer. So that's another interesting space that I will be encouraging Ofgem to be sympathetic towards those proposals, which seem to me to be, as I say, enabling us to help address some real affordability challenges at the same time as solving network problems. And I mean, one particular example as well in that space that I was very involved in a couple of years ago is looking at smart electric storage heating. Electric storage heating is, a bit of a Cinderella technology, very much often homes of low-income customers. But actually, if you make it smart, particularly if you can get better quality storage heating as well, but even simply making it smart so that you can take advantage of real time of use tariffs, there is again an opportunity there to benefit those who will be struggling. So there are some real future opportunities and there are some real benefits now. And, I really encourage those on this call to respond to your grants and to help kind of encourage take up among those who really could benefit from having a smart meter. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Maxine. And I share your optimism on Liam's update around time of use and trying to understand a bit more about how that can be better used to support people who may be able to benefit on a low income but won't necessarily have an EV parked on their drive. So Liam, could I hand over to you now if that's okay?
You can, yes. And I must say that I predominantly agree with all the comments that have been made up until now. I think they're pretty much spot on and a good reflection of where we are in the programme. I'm Liam Clark, I'm the Smart Meter Programme Director at Octopus Energy, which in a nutshell means that from my perspective, I'm trying to ensure that as many customers of Octopus Energy can access smart metering. And when they do, and through the journey to getting an installation and their interaction with the equipment and the features after once the meter is on the wall, that they're benefiting as much as possible from that and they're receiving a great experience. I think in terms of I guess the overarching context here is 50% of the country is now smart metered, which has already been mentioned. We've arguably reached a critical mass, but what does that mean in practice? And we've heard about some of the core benefits. They've already delivered greater transparency for those consumers. You can see what you're using. It opens up the opportunity for behavioural change. I caveat that not everybody can take that opportunity. I think from a supplier perspective, we have much greater intelligence to build products and services, but also have conversations with consumers on their issues and trying to find viable solutions through that. And I think the benefits we see sort of range from the simple. So, with clear insights into how much a consumer is using, they can notice simple change that makes a modest difference in cost and it doesn't impact their lifestyle. But clearly there are a range of other factors and that isn't possible for everyone. And then there are more complex benefits, I think, that at the moment are predominantly in the early adopter phase and linked to new technologies like time of use and EVs and that kind of thing. Smart meters do unlock the green grid. We've been showing what we can do for years with smart tariffs. And I think these are examples where innovation is helping people take greater control of their energy usage. For example, we've got the time of use tariffs that enable customers to shift their usage outside of peak times when energy is more expensive, albeit at the moment isn't particularly favourable because of the wholesale market. Our tariffs are designed for electric vehicles, so as has been mentioned, you can charge your car up overnight for a cheaper rate. I think one of the other key things that it's enabled us to do is deliver a more encompassing level of customer service, and especially things like billing queries and helping customers manage their budgets. As a meter ultimately can be interrogated, remotely accessed by the person on the end of the phone. They can work out an up-to-date position for that consumer, check for trends, and based on that information provided, the richer advice and information that the data provides, they can then go out and provide much more tailored advice for people who are struggling. And I think Octopus, just to take the conversation to climate change slightly, it's sort of really helped us to drive home the message of moving towards a green grid, as we've proven through using capabilities of smart meters that we're able to run energy saving initiatives, which I'll come on to one that we ran recently, which may be of interest. And it's enabled us to innovate in new products with credibility. And this is no longer a theoretical benefit. We can see how smart meters are helping people bring down their energy use and helping the sort of overarching grid. In terms of sort of challenges, it's a complex, very complex technology-based transformation. There's a range of stakeholders, and being honest, there have been growing pains. There have been some technology challenges which have impeded progress. It's been mentioned that not all customers can currently have an installation for a range of reasons. Some relate to physical constraints, for example, the position of the meter, and works needed to be carried out. And there's others which are technology-based. Maxine mentioned Alt-Han, which will mean that consumers in high-rise buildings can access smart services, and that's one of the sort of big remaining unlocks in the programme. And building stock in the UK is very disparate, and obviously homes have been built over a very long period, so they do have different characteristics. And I think the majority of premises do have a fairly simple setup that is easily serviced, and that doesn't discriminate between vulnerable or otherwise. But others do have more complex requirements. For instance, where heat is provided through storage heaters, meaning more complex meter types are required. And these solutions are becoming increasingly available, but it has contributed to a slightly slower rollout than expected. And obviously we are in a tough situation in terms of gas wholesale prices, and there's every indication that's likely to continue, certainly at least throughout this year. Can a smart meter solve the problem of rising costs? Well, not on its own, of course, but it can be a quick way for a consumer to identify opportunities where they exist to reduce their consumption. So moving on to opportunities, and what are the risks associated with not completing the rollout. I think going back to the climate change point, which I think is the biggest crisis of our times, and I do think that links quite closely with fuel poverty. We need to move to a renewable grid and away from fossil fuels, and smart meters are ultimately a critical tool in achieving that. And as an industry, there's a task to make it as seamless and as simple as possible for all customers to engage and interact with that process. And that can be from the ease of accepting smart meter installation to the point where they can benefit from the additional functionality that a smart meter brings and the advantages there. And I think there is definitely more to do to ensure no one is left behind as we move towards a proliferation of smart technology. I think touching on policy, I think there is a collective element here which we haven't quite worked out yet, which is how can energy suppliers, government and the regulator create the right market conditions that empower consumers to access products and services and avoid situations that become untenable and unaffordable. And I think there's more to do to create those conditions, and fundamentally we strike the right balance between accessibility for all consumers, so ease of getting an installation or a meter, government policies that promote and encourage take-up. So how do we overcome those concerns that people have who refuse a smart meter or who are unable to engage in the process for various reasons due to vulnerability or any other reason? And how do we get the incentives right for consumers? So as has been rightly pointed out before, a 48 priced half-hourly tariff, which is based on moving demand and different pricing in that period, isn't necessarily for everybody. And I think one of the ways that we do that is by making it relevant to the individual and helping people understand how sort of this small change and the empowerment that you get from having a smart meter can make a difference to the bigger picture. And bigger picture, completing the rollout as early as possible gets us to a position where smart meter-enabled technologies that lower carbon, balance the grid, optimize overall demand can be at their most effective. I think Octopus, going back to the initiative I was talking about, we've sort of proven that our smart tariffs encourage customers to use power is cheap and green, and that's all kind of customers. A smart meter doesn't know if you're vulnerable or any other kind of customer, and our trials and tariffs have all kinds of people on them, which is great. And we're currently running a scheme, what we call the Winter Workout Programme, which customers sign up to. It provides gas saving tips and incentivizes reduction in usage and sort of gamifies that. And the result so far is we had a massive take up, and we've helped 250,000 customers sort of save money by closely tracking how they're reducing their energy usage week by week. So this is an alternative in how you can use sort of that time of use element. And what we're seeing is 2/3 of people on that particular program are saving an average of 12%, so a material reduction just from having that meter in the home and providing the right levels of information and support, and helping customers understand how what they do can impact what happens in the home and ultimately in their wallet. And this isn't things like telling people to put on more jumpers, which has been quite controversial lately, and that kind of thing, which obviously isn't the right thing to do. But there are simple things. For example, we talk about how to set your boiler in terms of water flow temperature. considering which part of the homes need to be heated at different times. You know, what's the best water temperature to wash out dishes? All this kind of stuff, which is actually practical advice, which can be used by pretty much everyone. And I think, you know,
go on, sorry.
Sorry, Danny.
No, you keep.
Am I overrunning?
No. Just final point, I think, because we've got so many questions, so it'd probably be good to get to some of the questions if possible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I just echo the points on prepayment. I think there's a big opportunity there, not only for things like remote top-ups, but to provide customers with really insightful information on, you know, alert them when credit is running low. You know, how long can they expect credit to last for? What are the options in supporting them? There's all sorts of interaction and opportunities for energy suppliers there to be able to support that process. And I guess the final point I will make then is, you know, I think looking ahead to net zero and how can we reach net zero tackling fuel poverty, you know, we need to get the mix of technologies right. You know, Octopus were embarking on a major heat pump rollout, but there are other technologies which are either, you know, in their infancy or are yet to be decided in policy. And all these are going to play a critical factor in decarbonisation of heat and, you know, electrification of the grid. I think what we need to do is ensure we choose the right solutions that are in the interest of consumers and not the interest of, say, fossil fuel companies. And we should all be aiming to arrive at places less expensive and offers a great experience. So ultimately, we have to make the right choices supported by policy and ensure they can be delivered as seamlessly as possible by removing red tape and sort of the consumer, the planet and future energy security in the centre of that decision-making process. And we need to up the pace of that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Liam. I think it's a kind of testament to how much there is in this space that we've all kind of had lots of content thrown into this session and a huge number of questions as well. So it's been brilliant. Thank you all of the speakers. I'm going to move to questions. We've probably got, we did start a couple of minutes late. I'm going to blame Matt for that. So I'm going to overrun a couple of minutes and Peter can then tell me off afterwards. So we've got try and get through a few questions. One particular one, and actually I'm going to ask it in two contexts. There's a question that's come through around anxiety potentially triggered by over monitoring of the in-home display and the information that presents. But I'd also like to ask it in the other context, Liam, in terms of your mention of the competition that you're running and how that could, how you safeguard against unhealthy practices for saving money. So I'll open up to the panel on the more general question around in-home display anxieties and whether that's been closely monitored and what advice we have around that. I know, Colin, you probably have some thoughts and others, and then Liam yourself on the energy saving point more generally.
Having been name dropped, I will chime in quickly to say, yes, this is something that we have seen. To be frank, it's well, anecdotal feels like I'm trivializing it, which I'm trying not to. It's an occasional one that pings up. It comes up occasionally in research. We get occasional calls about it causing anxiety. So it is very real. I've not seen it in numbers that we get to do a really deep analysis on it, to really dig into exactly who this is happening to. But yes, it's very real. I think we're always quite careful to talk not in terms of get those costs down, you know, reduce your heating, but to talk in terms of appropriately heating your home and being able to do that. So to keep yourself warm and comfortable rather than, and this is kind of, it's a bit of an aside point, but you often get things of, you know, well, we can gamify smart and whoever of this building type uses the least energy wins a prize. Things like that I sometimes recoil from a little bit because I do think it risks incentivizing the wrong kinds of behaviors or behaviors that could actually be potentially harmful, especially when different houses will be in different circumstances. They'll have different insulation levels. They'll have children in them. They'll have older people in them. They'll have people with different medical needs that require heat. So yes, this is a live issue. I think overall on the balance, we hear more people saying, I find the in-home display really useful and empowering and helpful. So it's never been the case that we've thought, well, maybe we should stop giving these things out. I think what needs to happen is clearer support and communication about how they are useful and how they can be used. And absolutely, if someone is genuinely, it just makes them anxious, then yeah, they can be unplugged, they can be turned off, they cannot be used. That's kind of fine. You could, at that point, actually, there's a lot of, some suppliers will kind of recreate and actually in an app for you, which is a very different experience. Like all the evidence is that the benefits stack, they don't really replicate each other. But if there's just one person in the house who occasionally checks an app or a web portal, that can be quite different to kind of give them that slightly, still get that real time if they need it, but it's not that constant in your face traffic light. So that's one option. It's not something we've spent a huge amount of time examining, but it is an issue we're very acutely aware of. So thank you for flagging it, person in chat.
Likewise, thanks, Colin. Liam, could I talk about the safeguarding point around healthy practices?
Yes, I guess this probably comes around to 2 points. One, it was a completely voluntary exercise, so it was completely down to the people who felt like they could benefit from taking part in the scheme and receiving those tips and make use of them. And I think the second point I'd probably make is, and it just touches on Colin's point on gamifying, is it's very much focused around the individual. So there is a comparison in terms of, how you're doing compared to your neighbours. So there's no beating the Joneses there. It's all about how you can do it for yourself. But I do fully appreciate that there can be situations. I think that actually is another good point where there can be anxieties if you're unable to bring that down. But it's we're running a time-bound scheme. We're trialing it to see how effective it can be. And I think what we're seeing so far is that the positives are far outweighing the negatives, of which are few and far between. And ultimately, we are seeing major shift in or reduction in consumption from the customers that are taking part in the scheme over a short period of time.
Fantastic, thank you, Jane. I'm going to ask 2 questions and then we'll look at taking some of these questions offline and sharing answers afterwards. I'm going to ask both questions together and then ask every member of the panel to just have a comment if possible. So one question is, with smart meters being such a crucial part of our energy future, why isn't the government making them compulsory? And then the other question I think is quite a critical one, is around the in-home display specifically. Actually, it's the questions from the same person, but it's been asked by a number of people around the IHD around understanding the ongoing repair implications. And given that the IHD is such a fundamental piece of kit, why is it not clearer around how to ensure that every home has an IHD at the point at which they move in? How come that process isn't more kind of effective and clearer and transparent for consumers? So shall I go in order? Maxine, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I've already forgotten. Why isn't it mandatory? I mean, and I think going back to right at the very beginning, when I was involved in the rules around setting up smart metering, there was a strong sense that the Great British public, whether it's mile squaring or anything else, the idea that it was going to be mandatory, we were going to have a lot bigger of a backlash than otherwise. And I think what evolved into a kind of it's not mandatory has become too much of a choice. So I do think there is a need, if nothing else, for a ramp up in the language from government about this is what we expect of everybody. This is the norm. But kind of it's like, no, we're not going to throw you in prison if you don't have one. But this is what we expect, and this is where the country's got to go to. And I know, and Fleur will probably talk about it. There's some good work Smart Energy GB have done trying to look at other sticks and carrots about price incentives and rules for landlords. You've got to have a Band C property before you can rent it out. It ought to have a smart meter before you can rent it out. So I think there are things that could be done that just ratchet it up a little bit more, even if we don't quite want to go as far as complete mandation.
Thanks, Maxine. Moving across to you, Fleur.
Yeah, thanks for that. And like Maxine, I mean, I've been involved in the rollout for sort of 7 or 8 years now, and it is interesting how it's evolved over time and people's understanding of it. At that point, nobody knew what a smart meter was, and we've got to the stage now where sort of 98% of the population they understand what they are. There is still a job to do in terms of persuading people that smart meters are the right thing, and I think being compulsory in the first place, as Maxine has said, that would not have worked. I think there would have been a bigger backlash at that point. We are looking, as the rollout progresses, we are looking at ways that we can help to influence what's happening with the rollout, and particularly around landlords in the private rented sector. We know that the private rented sector, although people living there tend to want a smart meter more, they tend to be less likely to have one. There are a number of reasons for that, whether that is down to the landlords or clauses in contracts and things like that, saying that you can't change your meter. So we're looking at opportunities for changing that. We had a Smart Meter Awareness Week specifically for landlords, for letting agents, for tenants and things like that at the end of last year. We are working with governments across the 3 nations as well to see whether there are policy changes that we can make that can support this as well, so that, for example, you don't have clauses within a contract that means that people can't change their meter. Just quickly on the point about IHDs, I think this is a really important point. I do think we'll see sort of other ways of information being shared rather than purely the IHDs coming forward. I think we'll see, as someone already mentioned, sort of the apps and the web-based information coming forward as well. And I'm hoping that they develop to a point whereby they are actually, that they do give us the information that the IHD provides. I mean, the IHD at the minute is really important in terms of being able to see instantly what you're spending and to have it in a very visible place in terms of behavior change. I think that is really important. And if the suppliers can look at ways of supporting that, I think that is a good thing to do.
Fantastic. I'll also kind of commit to taking that challenge offline and talking to representatives at obviously Citizens Advice, but also at BEIS and Energy UK and such, like to see how we can just kind of tighten up on that specific issue. Colin and Liam, 1 minute each.
I'll be speedy.
Yeah.
So on mandation, others have covered this off. I mean, in the early days, it gets into basic behavioral economics. The second you force something on someone, they like it less, they trust it less. And I think that calculation was made. The other thing that I would point out is so much of the smart metering business case is predicated on consumer benefits and consumers seeing a benefit, seeing savings, understanding it. And actually by effectively forcing suppliers to sell these by saying, if you get one, you'll get tailored energy efficiency advice, you'll get these new tariffs, these new WYSI services. If you make it so that they've been sold, then consumers can feel like, right, I've made a choice to get one. In exchange, I'm getting this. The second you switch to a mandated model, it's much more of a, this is what's happening to your property, you're getting one of those, okay, thanks, bye. And it shifts incentives when you mandate it beyond, I think, a broader political Daily Mail headline style thing of they're getting a warrant to install your smart meter type headlines. As Maxine pointed out, what I think we will see is increasingly levers being applied. So the cheapest tariff is available only for smart meters. To get an EV and to run your tariff properly, you need a smart meter, that kind of thing. On the second point of in-home displays, I will take a minute, sorry. My personal view is this is kind of a gap. We identified it early on when those first rules were put in place for in-home displays about there's a guaranteed warranty on it for a year. The question was asked at the time, well, what happens after a year if it just stops working? And the answer was a bit of a, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And I think we're now stood on that bridge just based on the increase we're seeing in contacts from people. And suppliers have very different policies, it seems. Anecdotally, I'm still digging into some of this, so look forward to me banging on about this in other forums. Some suppliers seem quite happy to, yeah, this seems like a legitimate case for the person's using it, here's your new in-home display. But other suppliers are basically saying, no, nothing we can do, and also we won't sell you one. That's it. I'm kind of holding up their hands and leaving it. And then you also get messaging about, well, have you considered our app? But as I talked about before, apps are very useful, but the benefit case is very different. The use case is very different. All the evidence is that the benefits stack, and actually you kind of want that traffic light going on in your house, and also maybe the bill payer really playing in detail on that if they want to. Also, it gives suppliers way more detailed access to it.
I'm going to cut you off because I'm going to get Peter's daggers advice coming at me over the screen. Liam, do you have anything to add? Otherwise, I will say, unless it's anything new, I'm going to hand over to Peter.
No, that's fine. Yeah, sorry, actually, just one thing, actually, if you don't mind. I think it's a combination on the first point of, policy support and creating the right drivers. So at the minute, it's a very volume-driven rollout, but my view is we need to move towards, offering the product and service that make people want smart metering, and that will how we get to those difficult to reach customers.
Fantastic. Thank you, Liam. I'm so sorry, Peter. Thank you to all of the panel today. It's been really brilliant. And I think the fact that we've overrun is because there's so much content to cover. So really fantastic. In terms of all the questions, we will kind of make a commitment to try to address some of those separately. And I just want to say thank you, everybody. And I'm going to seamlessly hand over to Peter now to take over the next session.
Thanks, Danny.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Danny. Sorry for the prompt there, but no, I thought it was a fascinating session, and I think this is all about trying to understand what's in the tool bag already that we can just go harder at to mitigate some of the issues that we're facing. If I could ask everybody that's in my sessions, that's Garosh, Laura, and Hannah, Mike, and Nick, to appear seamlessly on screen now. No need to unmute just yet, but we are going to get started in just a few seconds. So welcome everybody to the final session on how we look to deliver energy efficiency improvements for vulnerable households, either as a result of needing to respond to the energy crisis or reach the other imperative, which is to decarbonise our homes to reach net zero. Particularly for any of you that have been with us all of today, a big thank you, and you've almost made it. In true Paxman style, I'd just like to say you should know the rules of the game by now, but please do use the Q&A function. So we've got a set of really difficult and awkward questions to put to our expert panel. That would be really appreciated. And do continue to use the Twitter handle NEAConf. As I've mentioned, we have got an expert panel to round us off this afternoon. We've got Garosh Lane, who's the Chief Executive of Agility Eco, Laura McGady, Head of Energy at the Energy Saving Trust, Hannah Schmidt, a policy advisor at Sustainable Energy Association, and Mike Childs, who is got an impossibly long job title, Head of Science, Policy and Research. Phew, that must keep you pretty busy, Mike, at Friends of the Earth, and Nick Johansson, Chief Operating Officer at Utilita. Before I turn to get our expert views from the panel, I briefly wanted to highlight some background and a few reflections. It's perhaps unsurprising in many ways that energy efficiency and decarbonisation of heat is the last session. There's obviously many practical challenges to get out to millions of people this year and literally insulate them from the impact of the energy crisis. And sadly, and all too often, energy efficiency and decarbonising heat are also synonymous with people saying it's too difficult, far too intrusive, too expensive, and a long-term challenge. And many people sadly put rather a heavy emphasis on the word long-term, much to my annoyance. Whilst there are very legitimate concerns about the implications of going into millions of people's homes and putting stuff in, it's right to highlight that the importance of energy efficiency in the current context is undiminished. We know that there's legitimate concerns about the quality of installations as well. We know that from our own practical work in Preston, whilst negative experiences are in the minority, if we don't deliver quality, then we really do damage people's health, wealth, and well-being. And frankly, we don't do ourselves any favours. So this session is going to explore some of those tensions. But finally, before we get into that, I want to underline why energy efficiency is still vitally important in the current context. I think many people will touch on this in the panel, and I'm sure most of the people that are delegates on the call will recognise this. But unlike vital income support and rebates, for a one-off investment, energy efficiency provides much more bang for your buck and permanent reductions in people's energy costs. Energy efficiency measures are already saving literally billions of pounds per year as we enter this energy crisis. And those that are already fortunate enough to have installed energy efficiency measures through current and previous schemes are in a much better place to weather the storm that we're just about to hit. We've done a piece of analysis at NEA recently, which indicates that if we continued with the current, the investment that we were previously making in 2012 into energy efficiency, and continued with those type of delivery rates, overall consumers now would be saving about £12 billion. That's £12 billion back into, in many cases, the poorest and most vulnerable people's pockets. And just to put that number in some context, that's about a quarter of what we spend every year as domestic consumers, but also non-domestic consumers on energy in total. So we know the consequence of not accelerating as fast as we can towards insulating and decarbonising our homes. And I hope some of these opening remarks underline NEA's view that the importance of energy efficiency is entirely undiminished, and in fact it's now much more crucial that we roll up the sleeves and do things that we should have continued to do at scale over the last decade. So on that, I'm going to hand you over to our first speaker, and I'm going to ask Grosh to kick us off for a few reflections on how we maximise energy efficiency delivery and decarbonise heat for the benefit of fuel poor households, both now and in the future. So Grosh, if I could ask you to kick off, that would be fantastic.
Thanks, Peter. I hope you can hear me.
Can hear you.
Yeah, all good. I've set my stopwatch to make sure I'm not rattling on too much. I just start alongside everybody else saying just how sad and shocked we are to hear about Audrey's passing, and how important she has been to the agenda that we're talking about today over many years. We're so sad to hear about that. I'll just kick off by recapping who we are at Agility Eco, because I know many of you will know us already, but not everybody. And very quickly, we help low-income, vulnerable and fuel-poor households with help, advice and retrofit services. And to put that in scale, our services reached about 44,000 households last year. A lot of the funding for what we do comes from energy suppliers, and we help currently 11 energy suppliers meet their eco and warm home discount obligations. In doing that work, we work very closely with local authorities, both in signposting and in delivery of area-based programs, retrofit programs, and currently we're working with over 100 local authorities on various different services. And everything we do is delivered locally through partners, and we're currently working with the network of about 70 accredited installers and many other local partners and providing other services. There's two things I wanted to just very quickly touch on. One is just kind of quantifying how far we are away from delivering the legally binding 2030 fuel poverty target, and use in that context highlighting some work that we recently undertook in partnership with GemServe. And secondly, I want to touch on the vital role that eco continues to play in the current energy price crisis. So just dealing with those two in order, in terms of the fuel poverty target, we kicked off a piece of research work, quantitative research work undertaken by GemServe on our behalf in recent months. Before doing that, we discussed it with multiple parties, including NEA and Committee on Fuel Poverty, and they were all supportive of us actually getting a piece of work done, because there hasn't been a deep quantitative research of the funding gap for quite some time, really since the excellent work that CSE did almost a decade ago now on the quantification of the fuel poverty gap. Plot spoiler, if you haven't read our report already, we're a million miles away from hitting the 2030 fuel poverty target. And what our research showed was that over 80% of the 3.2 million households in England that are in fuel poverty today will continue to be in fuel poverty in 2030 based on current government committed spending. So that's 2.6 million of the 3.2 million households that are in fuel poverty will continue to be in fuel poverty. And the funding gap in order to fix that problem, such that practically everybody that's in fuel poverty is out of fuel poverty by 2030, we've quantified that at £18 billion channeled into fuel poor households over that period. Sounds like a lot, but given the numbers that Pete just quoted, it's not that much. And certainly in terms of the results that it will achieve and the value it will create in society and in industry and in the homes, most importantly, of fuel poor households, it's a pittance. So the proposals that we formulated at the end of that are threefold. Number one is government needs to press ahead with really properly delivering and enforcing the private rented sector minimum energy efficiency standards, requiring all private rented sectors to be band C by 2028, including much more funding into enforcement. It's fine to have standards, but unless those standards are enforced, they mean nothing. If that were done properly and comprehensively, the fuel poverty funding gap would reduce by £6 billion to 12 billion. The second proposal is that the government delivers on its existing manifesto commitments on further funding through the HUG, through the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, etc., and it continues to roll forward all the existing suite of policies to 2030. It would be insane to stop policies in mid-flight when you haven't solved the problem. That would reduce the funding gap by another £2 billion, and that means that you're still £10 billion short of the funding that needs to be invested in fuel-poor homes. And that's into fuel poor homes. So when you include the fact that the targeting for fuel poverty interventions is far from perfect, government will need to spend a lot more, but it will all be money well spent on people who are either in fuel poverty or who are in a situation where they could do with a lot of help. So moving on to the second topic very briefly, around the continued importance of eco. I guess, like many people on the Zoom today, we're just completely alarmed to hear reports that cutting or suspending eco is on the long list of things that the government is considering as potential responses to the spiraling energy prices. We've written to the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the BEIS Secretary with our thoughts on that and with some evidence around why that is an incredibly stupid idea. It's incredibly short-termist. It would undermine the single most important component of delivering the fuel poverty target, and it represents 97% of all government-funded improvements into fuel-poor homes since 2013. It would sacrifice the long-term solution to getting people out of fuel poverty for the sake of £39 on bills that are rapidly heading towards 2,000 quid. I mean, really? And it would also jeopardise the health of 114,000 jobs in SMEs that deliver eco. And noting that these SMEs have, with the exhortation of government, invested heavily in skills, training, standards and systems to operate to the new PAS standards, which are an integral part of Eco4 on the basis of a consultation on Eco4 that's at a very advanced state. To the extent that government believes that ploughing more money into central government funded programs or local authority led programs is a substitute for eco, we also point out that that is far from being evidenced, given the abject failure of the Green Home Grants, the Green Deal and many other central government funded schemes. Sticking with something that is proven, tried, tested over in fact 2 decades now is a much better solution. And in any case, you don't just need to do one or the other, you need to do all of these things and much more. So I'll leave it at that, Peter.
Great, thank you very, very, very much. I think that you've rightly underlined the vital importance of eco in delivering the fuel poverty target. And if we don't maintain that programme and scrap it, it will we won't meet our statutory goals. I think it's as simple as that. We've also written alongside the members of the MPs of the Fuel Poverty Energy Efficiency Group to express our concern at any proposals to not only reduce eco but also to rescind on the very positive commitments that were given, or proposals that were staked out last summer to target that £1 billion per year on low income and vulnerable consumers. Now, if I may, I think I'm going to turn to Laura McGady. Laura, you've got a slightly wider lens on this, having operating across different nations, and I'm very interested in your take about how we look to take the best bits of what other devolved nations have done on energy efficiency and also the crucial role of advice. Over to you.
Thank you, Peter. I'll try and cover all of that, but I can always answer questions later on if there's more coming up. I mean, certainly thinking about this session, I think the key thing for me is that the current energy crisis makes improving energy efficiency, as you've said, improving the energy efficiency of our homes and decarbonising heating even more important, because there's a link between the current energy crisis and the UK's over-reliance on global fossil gas market, and we have to break that link to get out of this. We're one of Europe's biggest users of natural gas. 85% of homes rely on gas central heating, and so we're very susceptible to the volatility of the international market. And as we've heard today, high gas prices are showing no signs of going away. We're likely to see those continue for 18 to 24 months. at least. So it is both vital that we protect consumers in the short term and at the same time decrease our reliance on the gas market in the long term. So absolutely insulating our homes and moving to renewable energy sources will help insulate us against the fossil fuel price volatility, and it will reduce the chance of future crises, and it will accelerate our progress to net zero. The crisis has really put a focus on the need for us to insulate homes and businesses to increase energy efficiency and reduce energy demand. And as Gregory said, we need to accelerate these programmes, not stop them. And while moving to renewable energy is often considered to be a long-term commitment, and there might not be dramatic cost savings straight away, consumers can expect to see year-on-year savings as low-carbon technology becomes the norm. And the scale of the challenge we're facing and the opportunity as well are huge. We know that 26 million of the UK's 29 million homes need to improve to meet the net zero targets, and that's 1.8 homes every minute between now and 2050. And yet, as Gregory said, the uptake of energy efficiency and insulation measures has stalled. Rates of insulation are just 5% of the levels they were in 2012 due to the major scaling back of government policies aimed at improving the energy efficiency of existing buildings. So the large-scale retrofit programme of insulation would both reduce energy costs immediately for householders, but it would also bring down the cost and size of the heating systems that we need to put in. And in terms of low carbon heating, heat pumps are an option that's already available in the market. We've heard about high heat retention storage heaters as well. Heat pumps, there are only 30,000 installed in the UK homes at the moment, but the UK government's plan is to reach 600,000 installations a year by 2028, which is just in 6 years' time. And 2/3 of those will be retrofit. So we need more government support to enable consumers to invest in this technology, and we need more funding to upskill the supply chain. We need to close the funding gap there is between the commitments in the Conservative manifesto to insulate low-income homes. There's a £1.6 billion funding gap between that and the investment that was allocated in the spending review. We need to make more grants available to those at risk of fuel poverty, but we also need to make low-cost loans and other finance mechanisms to support what are considered often to be able to pay, but these households may not be able to pay. They may just not qualify for the fuel poverty programmes. They may be struggling too. So we need to look at solutions for them as well. So we need more support for transition to low-carbon heat. E3G estimate that the boiler upgrade scheme could benefit from 10 times more funding than is currently available. And absolutely crucially, we need to take people with us. There's a low general awareness amongst the population of the need to switch away from conventional heating. Energy Systems Catapult found that less than 50% of the 2,000 people they surveyed were aware that their gas boiler was contributing to climate change. And we need an awareness campaign. So we need an awareness campaign to raise awareness of that and to tell people what the benefits are of insulating their homes. Peter, you talked about, they're often considered long-term or difficult solutions, but if people understand the benefits, they'll embrace them, and it's about getting that awareness raised of how these things can help people cut their bills. And we need an advice service. So an awareness raising campaign must really explain the specific benefits to householders and give people clear guidance on what to do. And in terms of advice, households in England need access to consistent, comprehensive and independent advice and support that can help them make decisions as they transition to low carbon heating. And there are examples, as Peter said, there's examples of good practice that can be drawn on to help accelerate making our homes more energy efficient and lower carbon. In Scotland, which I know is often used as an example, but it is a good example, there's a whole framework of support in place for households under the Energy Efficient Scotland programme. So that includes advice and support. It includes whole house retrofit at no cost for fuel poor households under the Warmer Homes Scotland programme. So that's installing insulation, high heat retention storage heaters. It's also installing heat pumps in about 500 homes this year. And all of those installations are bringing people's heating costs down and making their homes warmer. There's also interest-free loans and cash back for low and zero emissions heating for households who don't qualify for free installations, and there's support to the supply chain to reskill to install low carbon heating and to expand their low carbon heating businesses. And as I said, a key element is advice, And in Scotland, this linchpin, if you like, for engaging, advising and supporting consumers is the Home Energy Scotland Advice Network, which is a network of 5 regional advice centres that's managed by Energy Saving Trust and that delivers advice to householders. It gives free, high quality, impartial advice and it supports landlords as well as homeowners and tenants. And it delivers individually tailored advice over the phone, but also face-to-face when we can, when COVID restrictions allow. Tailored advice through digital channels, as well as online advice and information. And it provides advice in the home for households who are identified as needing that extra in-depth advice and support. And Home Energy Scotland supporting around 100,000 households a year, and we're seeing growing demand for this service. And since Home Energy Scotland evolved from the advice network that used to cover the whole of the UK and took its current form in 2008, it has enabled energy bill savings of well over £1 billion. So to summarise, Peter, I think we really welcomed the ambition for energy advice in England that the government set out in its net zero strategy. And we now need to see quick deployment of an independent and impartial service to support households and help the government meet its targets, with backing that up, appropriate financial support for energy efficiency and low carbon heat available to access through that route. So thank you.
Thanks very, very much, Laura. I always think it's hugely impactful to hear that this stuff isn't impossible, that we can do it, and we're doing it not so far away. And when I retire, I think I'm going to go and live in Scotland if I'm at all at risk of not being able to heat my home. So anyway, I'm going to hand over now to Hannah Schmidt at the SEA. Hannah, I know that you've worked most recently on a piece of work looking at a new piece of a new tool in the toolkit in the form of the Home Upgrade Grant, which is a vital and a hugely important programme. And yeah, I'm really interested to hear your remarks about that scheme in particular.
Yeah, thank you everyone. So just to introduce myself, my name's Hannah Schmidt and I'm a policy advisor for the Sustainable Energy Association. So the Sustainable Energy Association is a member organisation made up of suppliers, manufacturers, installers, housing providers, and others, all with an expertise in buildings. And we support a whole house, technology agnostic approach to decarbonising buildings. So, as Peter said, one of the routes to delivering energy efficiency improvements is via the Home Upgrade Grant Scheme. And I'd like to discuss the report I wrote, the HUG report that we wrote, and try to give you a whistle-stop tour of the reports. But I thought, firstly, we'd talk a bit about the key points on the HUG scheme. So for those who don't know, the HUG scheme is a grant scheme for fuel poor homes off gas. So homes that qualify need to be with an EPC band of D to G, with an annual income of 30,000 or less, for energy efficiency and low carbon heating installations. It's part of the Sustainable Warmth Competition, which is a 350 million fund for the LAD and the HUG scheme. And so far, 150 million has been allocated for the HUG scheme for phase 1, which is this year for 1 year until 2023. So HUG, LAD, ECO and social housing decarbonisation schemes are all working to achieve the fuel poverty target of as many homes as possible to EPC C by 2030. And this is now more important than ever, given the energy crisis. With this, the SEA support the HUG scheme and are fully supportive of the continuation of all energy efficiency schemes, including ECO. And given the energy bill crisis at the moment, we know that any cuts or delays to the ECO scheme will be detrimental to achieving the fuel poverty target. So I hope Roche won't mind, but won't mind me reminding everyone of the reports that where they found that essentially existing funding commitments only tackle about 570,000 homes, and 80% of the homes that are in fuel poverty will continue to be in fuel poverty in 2030 unless more action is taken beyond existing policy. So the HUG scheme can work to address this fuel poverty target, to realise the target, and it can deliver multiple social economic benefits warmer homes, lower bills, reduced carbon, supporting low-income families in the transition to low-carbon heating, cleaner air, and supporting green jobs. So in the report that we put together, commissioned by BEIS, we set out 6 recommendations to address the key barriers to success for the HUG scheme. So the first was to enable long-term guarantee of funding, where previous scheme stop-start funding models have been massively impacting on the installers, number of installers on the market. So this will also enable local authorities to deliver HUG projects with kind of planning and preparation in advance of the deadlines. It will also allow SMEs to have more confidence to invest in skills. The second recommendation was to develop a best practice guide for identifying and qualifying fuel poor homes for local authorities. So this can be produced at the national level using lessons learned across other schemes such as LAD and ECO, and it can be produced from engagement workshops with local combined authorities, delivery partners, and local energy partnerships. So this is about creating a level playing field, so utilising a range of data sets, health data, tax data, charity referrals, eco scheme referrals, and putting it all together into a guidance and recommendations for local authorities. As part of that, we also know that there is a need to improve communication. So make use of the overlaps essentially between HUG, LAD and ECO. We know that there are cases where a household may not have eco-funded energy efficiency improvements, but they do qualify under HUG, so they should be referred to the local authority, but sometimes this doesn't happen. We know that there are targeting and qualifying issues with some local authorities where local authorities vary in size, in number of officers and budget. So this lends itself to our next finding, so the third finding, which is to provide technical support for bid preparation and support of local authority resourcing. So some local authorities are more advanced in their journey to net zero, and technical support is necessary to provide them well in advance with help in advance of the deadline. The Technical Assistance Fund, which is for the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, could be used. In addition, we put together within the report the idea of using a self-referral option for households, so that there can be consumers that refer themselves to the local authority without the local authority spending the entire budget on targeting and qualifying fuel poor homes. The fourth recommendation is re-engaging installers who no longer have appetite for government schemes since the Green Homes Grant. So many SMEs have informed local authorities that they don't wish to participate in government-funded home improvement schemes, or they're not confident enough to. So there will need to be an effort to re-engage this group of people. The fifth recommendation is focusing on consumer awareness and delivering impartial advice. So as Laura said, most people don't know what renewable technologies are available to them. So we'll need to deliver impartial advice using platforms such as the Simple Energy Advice websites to inform consumers, and perhaps mirroring the Home Energy Scotland model, which Laura discussed. And there is an option to kind of have a postcode function to understand, what EPC band your home is, what it needs, and who to contact in your area. This also helps to clarify who is responsible for delivering what information. So a clear framework is needed to specify who's responsible for which parts, or if there's kind of an overarching body that's responsible for the delivery throughout the entire process. This could be through the local authority as well. And the final recommendation is to recognise the role of smart measures and innovation. So smart measures that monitor the performance of the energy efficiency and low carbon heating measures should be prioritised in HUG, and working with the product innovators and the SMEs to allow them and to help them to enter HUG, LAD and eco markets will help realise the fuel poverty targets. So I wanted to end with the reminder that unless the urgent action is taken on top of current policy, we won't hit the fuel poverty targets. We have a range of energy efficiency schemes now, and so the industry should be able to establish robust supply chains and routes to delivery so that the consumer journey is easier, so that quality and performance is assured and the consumer is also protected. The HUG scheme is a vehicle to address these fuel poor homes. It can be expanded into a consumer access model, which would allow consumers to access the HUG funding without being sought out by the local authorities. This can be done with a different delivery agent, such as a separate energy hub or group responsible for delivering the projects. And some of these ideas have been taken because in a LAD scheme for phase 2, I know that the funding has been distributed to 5 of the local energy hubs, which will then work with the local authorities. Another way to address these homes is to use the installers and associations with installer networks to fill the gaps for the local authorities who don't have the entire or enough of a budget to kind of work with and help all of the homes within their particular area, the fuel pool homes. So finally, just a point to know that we know that local authorities are willing to act as the key component in this. And it's now about kind of equipping them with the right tools to hit the target and to not leave the 80%, the 2.5 million homes in fuel poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Absolutely right to underline the crucial role that HUG can play and the need to extend access to that vital policy. I'm going to now turn to Mike Charles. Mike, sorry for not starting with you in the running order. I've worked with you for a number of years. I know that you're looking keenly at the government's record on decarbonising buildings at present, and I'm looking forward to hearing your remarks about what more we can do on the vital component of energy efficiency. So over to you, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. One of the advantages of going fourth in the list is that people before you have made a lot of the points better than you would have made as well. So I'll probably be a bit shorter than I would have been otherwise. Hopefully leave some space for Nick to add to it as well. So firstly, I mean, Peter, you mentioned it, the kind of financial cost of the previous political efforts to cut green crap, as it was called back in the early 2011, 2012. And there have been enormous economic impacts of that as well. But of course, there's been huge human impacts as well, haven't there, in terms of families that haven't been helped to address fuel poverty. And those impacts need to be front of mind as well, even if it's an argument with Treasury about the numbers sometimes. So I think what we would say, we're coming from a position as an environmental group that has always had social justice as one of our core values. So, we're primarily, of course, wanting to make sure we address the climate and ecological emergency, but we've got to do that in a way that is socially just. And we're pleased that there is a recognition that actually these aren't separate issues that we can pick between, either deal with fuel poverty or deal with climate emergency. We need to deal with both together at the same time. And one obvious reason for that, of course, is that the people who can get hit hardest by climate change, the flooding or the extreme heat, are those very same neighbourhoods and households who get hit by fuel poverty, the people who won't be able to afford to buy insurance to insure their house against flooding, or can't afford to protect their homes against extreme heat. So these agendas need to be looked at together, and it's welcome that they are. I think one of the things we'd say, building on from what Hannah was saying there, is we can see a real need for local authorities to have a much stronger coordination function in rolling out this broader agenda. So both in terms of mitigating climate change, cutting carbon emissions, adapting households to flooding and heat, as well as fitting the insulation. And I think we need to look at a kind of a whole house approach as we're looking at these issues, rather than looking at separate questions and potentially going to people's houses 3 times rather than just the once. We think there is a really strong role for local authorities, and there's ample work been published through the years about how, if you approach this at an area to street by street, area by area approach, you're going to get much greater efficiencies in terms of delivery, and you're also going to get much greater participation from households in it as well. And the data is there, or enough there, to be able to identify, actually, these are the neighbourhoods you need to start with. These are the ones with very high levels of fuel poverty. And we published some mapping end of last year, trying to identify where are the hotspots in terms of neighbourhoods that ought to be addressed first in terms of fuel poverty. But Hannah's also right, local authorities need to have the resources to be able to deliver and coordinate such a programme, and they also went through 10 years of austerity. and cuts that have hamstrung them to some degree. So that needs rectifying. But as you mentioned, Peter, one of the really key measures that needs to be looked at quickly, if we're going to ramp up and scale up and speed up the installation and retrofitting of homes, is around skills. And again, local authorities have a key role in terms of developing the green skills within the localities to begin to make sure we've got the workforce to be able to do this work. That could be that green skills in terms of fitting heat pumps, green skills in terms of fitting the insulation, green skills in terms of providing householders with impartial retrofit assessments of their home. So that skills agenda is really important. And next week, we're publishing, along with Shared Intelligence and Ashton, reports on what councils could be doing in the green skills space. And local authorities have a really important role in enforcement, both of the private rented sectors, as Garesh said, but also enforcement of making sure these retrofits are done properly in the building regulations, new houses are built to the right standard. So we definitely put local authorities at the centre of this journey, but provide them with resources to enable them to move forward on this as well. On heat pumps and a shift away from gas heating, well, clearly, everyone said, Laura said that strongly, we absolutely do need, that needs to be part of the agenda. That does need some rebalancing in terms of the levies on gas and electricity. We completely support NEA's position that the eco should absolutely stay on electricity bills. We don't want that to go into the Treasury's hands so they can start playing around with it too much. But some of those legacy costs can be taken off electricity, for example. But at the moment, in terms of grants for heat pumps, they're aimed at the relatively wealthy middle class. So if you're a lower income household and you want to get a heat pump, well, you may get a grant for £4,000 or £5,000, but what about the rest? And you're not going to be able to do that. We think this ought to be a scheme where the able to pay can contribute to the cost of the heat pump, but if you're a low income household, you ought to be able to benefit from that without having to find money. And again, skills is a big issue in terms of rolling out heat pumps. I know from my own experience and my own house, I've had a couple of years, it wasn't straightforward at all. And there's lots of stories of where, that people are not putting in heat pumps properly, they haven't got the right skills. Suddenly, lots of other people are going to know about that. They're going to tell their neighbours, tell their friends, and there'll be a real resistance to rolling out the technology. So if we don't get this right at the outset, then we're creating problems down the future. So broadly speaking, I think we need to be seeing much more accelerated action on field poverty at the same time as looking at trying to help people shift away from gas boilers to heat their homes, at the same time as helping people make their homes resilient to the effects of climate change that are coming down the pipeline already. And we think local authorities have got that central role to play in that. And we, as I know we all are, we've heartily got to push back against the right wingers out there who are basically trying to go for another round of cut the green crap, regardless of the consequences down the road for the poorest in society.
Thank you very much, Mike. Just to say, I think, irrespective of the political sort of motivations or persuasions of the people that are articulating that position, I think it's incumbent on everybody here to push back on the false logic of what's being proposed. Nick, I'm sorry that you're the last one, as Mike rightly pointed out, that comes with some peril, but also a little bit of relief. If I could ask you to take yourself off mute, and we're very interested to hear, as the Chief Operating Officer at Utilita, why you're interested in energy efficiency and how you feel that you can contribute to this vital debate. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that introduction. So if I start with Utilita in particular, we believe that the greenest kilowatt is the one that you don't use. And all of the campaigns that we've got going at the moment are not related to attracting more customers. They're about educating customers on energy efficiency. So we have a number of programs that we are pushing out, educating customers on how to use less energy. So it might sound a bit like turkeys voting for Christmas, having a supplier that's advocating that customers use less, but that that is where we come from on this, and it's because we were started very much with the customer in mind, and we serve predominantly customers that are in the poorer parts of society. So over 90% of our customers have a prepayment meter. 80% of our customers are in social housing. A lot of people make the assumption that because customers have got prepayment meters, they're in fuel poverty, and that largely isn't the case. And actually, there are more people in fuel poverty with credit meters than there are with prepayment meters. So there are a lot of myths around our customer group, but it is overwhelmingly true that on the whole, they're not wealthy customers, and they don't have a lot of access to the sort of energy efficiency devices, solar panels, heat pumps, and electric vehicles that the so-called able to pay market often does. But we also see a lot of households struggling that are not officially in fuel poverty or in poverty, and they're our customers too, and we want to be able to help them as well. So that's our approach as a company. For me, my role in the company as Chief Operations is quite broad. It's the operations of a supply company, but it's also some of our other businesses. So in particular, we run a meter operator business, installing smart meters. Again, 90% of our customers have got a smart meter, so we're very aware of the advantages they can bring to customers, and especially around giving the customer control, giving them visibility of how much energy they're using, when they're using it, and giving them choices about when they want to top up. So with a prepayment meter, a customer chooses when they want to top up, as opposed to having a direct debit or a payment taken out of their bank account at any point in time out of their control, or on a specified date, but not necessarily at the point that they control. So it gives them a lot more control, and that's got a lot to do with the sort of the offerings that we make to our customers, very much centered around that. And it's not so much that, I know this is contentious, but having a prepayment meter doesn't necessarily reduce your consumption hugely. We direct and smart meters. We direct smart meters to the consumer and say, "Oh, you can manage your lifestyle. You can save a lot of money." And what we're seeing is that isn't necessarily so. They can control things a lot more carefully, but it doesn't necessarily lead to a huge reduction in consumption. But what smart meters do is give you access to, and give us as a nation access to, ways of controlling what customers' demand is. It gives us the ability to use time of use tariffs and to do demand switching and things of that nature, which is something that I think probably is where the real benefit of smart meters lie. One of the first questions was about, is it enhancing energy efficiency and decarbonising homes more or less important because of the energy crisis? In our view, it's even more important. It's the cost and reliance on carbon fuels that is really stoking the fires of the crisis that we've got at the moment. If we were using less energy, and if the energy that we use was not fossil fuel related, that's particularly in relation to gas, that we'd have a lot less price related issues in energy than we do at the moment. So actually we see that the way out of this is by decarbonisation and through energy efficiency. It's not hoping the crisis will just give over. I've heard people talking about that in a year or two it will abate and it will go down, but I don't see any reason why that would be the case. All right, Putin might feel more magnanimous in a year or two and decide to take his foot off the neck of the gas supplies to Europe, but he might not. And really, what's driving the price of gas is a mixture of world demand. I don't see any reason why that would slow down or change, and particularly the amount of control Putin's got, in particular over gas prices in Europe. So I don't know that that's got a 2-year finite timescale. I think actually what we're seeing is an energy landscape that is going to continue for, as far as I can see, into the future. And it is only through decarbonising energy and relying less on fossil fuels that we will see a way out of that. So having said that, what's the scale of the challenge and opportunity? And I think it's massive. Going back 12, 13 years ago, I was running a Green Deal provider. I was installing measures on eco schemes on behalf of energy suppliers. At the time when, Mike, as you mentioned it, Cameron said, let's take the green crap out of customers' bills, and promptly all of the eco programs were completely frozen. We lost tens of thousands of jobs, skilled workers from the insulation industry, and that coincided with a reduction in things like feed-in tariff as well, and pretty much all of the mechanisms related to energy efficiency and to alternative energy has pretty much ceased overnight. And it's very difficult when you have these kind of boom and bust cycles, when a government grant scheme or an eco scheme is set up, and then you commit to it as a business, and then a year or two later it's taken away, or the rules have changed so substantially it no longer works, and businesses are left with commitments on warehouses and vans and employees that suddenly they don't have the income support anymore. So you can thoroughly understand, like Hannah's point earlier, about how do you encourage people back into the industry? How do you encourage SMEs? How do you give them the faith and the trust that actually, if they do invest in being able to install insulation and home energy efficiency measures like using heat pumps and things, that actually that's a sustainable business, and it's not a flash in the pan. And the government have got to work really hard to restore any faith in the government. I think there are an awful lot of companies and individuals who've been burnt there who would be very mistrustful of government schemes unless they could see some reason why there is longevity to it. I think if I just mention that more than 50% of our homes were built before 1964, there is a big opportunity for insulation there. But it's not the only area where we use energy. So if we talk about decarbonisation, there are three big themes, which are transport, heating, and power. For many poorer households, they rely on public transport rather than their own private car. But again, I think Laura mentioned it's not just fuel poor households who are feeling the pinch. The way that we measure fuel poverty is very specific, and a lot of households that might not officially fit in fuel poverty are still really struggling with energy bills, and they do perhaps have to run a car as well. And if they could switch from running a petrol or diesel car to an electric car, the savings in running costs are about 90%. And I know this from personal experience. I've got an electric vehicle. I know how much I saved when I switched over from using petrol to electrical, and it's absolutely enormous. But the question is, how do we make that accessible to a lot of households that are either in fuel poverty or in poverty or are just above that? And how do we make that fair? Because again, we're in a situation where the able to pay market, the middle classes in particular, can take advantage of things like EVs. And the ones that are left behind are those that find it more difficult to access them. With heating, we've mentioned heat pumps, and Utilita has got its own eco delivery service. So sorry for agility eco here, but we now deliver our own measures rather than doing that third hand. But the advantage that gives us is that we really understand the benefits now. Not just our customers, but anybody who's getting the benefit the eco gets from that. And it's really heartening to get to see the responses that we get and to see what a difference it makes to be delivering these measures. And it does make a real difference. We've got a division that is just starting to do heat pumps as well. And an air source heat pump will turn 1 kilowatt of electrical energy into 4 kilowatts of heat energy, whereas an economy 7 heater has a minimum threshold of 38% in terms of converting electrical energy into heat energy. So if we can shift heating load from things like economy 7 heaters and one-to-one electrical heaters, direct electrical heating, through to air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps on a community basis in social housing, that can make a big difference to customers as well. So I'm a big fan of doing that. I think switching from conventional gas boilers to heat pumps, the argument is not really clear cut at the moment. There is one from environmental grounds. Of course, you use far less carbon. But if you're running it on electricity that's generated from a gas-fired power station, then that doesn't really make that switch. It doesn't really help there. Insulation, of course, is really, really important. But I think it is difficult. On one hand, if you can take the barriers down, as has been showed in Scotland, you can achieve a lot quickly, but there are a lot of barriers to take down. So things like loft insulation, cavity wall insulation, all of the easy ones have been done. The homes that need insulating now are the more difficult ones. They're the ones that require solid wall insulation, either external or internal, and it is really disruptive for householders to have that insulation installed. It is also really expensive to have that insulation installed. So having some mechanism that supports that, not just for the poor and the fuel poor, but for those, I think for any householder, the prospect of paying £15,000 or £20,000 to have external wall insulation installed is intimidating. And if the payback is 40 years, there are not many householders that would make that kind of choice. So we really need incentives that go across the board, not just aimed at the fuel poor and the poorer members of society. Also, policy always rears its head in this. So one of the issues that certainly I faced in the past when doing this was if we take a row of houses that are ripe for external wall insulation, solid red brick walls, a terrace of them, as soon as you start putting external wall insulation on a handful of those, you completely ruin the look of the street. Often they will go from being a red brick fronted property in a row of red brick fronted to one that's pebble dashed, or perhaps a plain frontage and perhaps a little bit of brickwork at the bottom, something along those lines. And then suddenly the whole look of the street is disrupted. And whilst we might say, well, so what? The householder is much better off as a result of this. They're cosy and warm, and it makes a big difference. Planners, council planners, take a very different view on that. And we were finding that getting planning consent to do this work, even though in theory it doesn't require it, we would suddenly find that councils were saying, no, you can't do it in these streets. And it became quite difficult. So having national policy on how things like external wall insulation can be installed, when it can be installed, under what circumstances, what the criteria are, is really important. And it's a vacuum. There's nothing there for this at all at the moment, and that is a big hurdle.
I'm sorry, Nick. I'm going to have to ask you to wind up because we're going to have to leave enough time for a few key questions because we've got a few coming through. Is there any other key killer points that you'd like to make before we sort of turn to the questions?
Yeah, the really big one is around policy costs. So at the moment, we energy costs are made up of the energy, distribution costs, and policy costs that go on top of that. And a lot of those policy costs are related to carbon costs, but they go on electricity, even though some customers may be choosing to buy renewable electricity, but they still get the policy costs. It has the effect of artificially heightening the cost of electric and artificially cheapening the cost of gas. If you put those policy costs where they live on the fuel that they relate to, it'll have the impact of increasing gas costs, but also decreasing electric. And that gives you a far more realistic position to make energy decisions on. It'll make things like conversion to electric much easier than it is at the moment with the way that policy costs are. And the other aspect of it that I'm really concerned about is things like the way that we structure our energy networks. So DNOs in particular, for example, get reimbursed by transmitting energy from the grid to households. As more and more households, particularly middle class households, are able to reduce their import, take advantage of solar panels and to use less, those costs get concentrated on the homes that can't do that. And that means those charges will go up. I'm worried about the time in the future when that will start to make a real difference, and the able to pay in the better off homes will reduce theirs considerably, and it will be the ones that can least afford it that most suffer those policy costs. So changing the way that we actually structure the entire market has got to be an absolutely key part of reducing energy bills for people in poverty and fuel poverty.
Thank you very much, Nick. Sorry to cut you off there, but as I say, I'm keen to get to some questions, and I think that those are important themes that will be picked up in the call for evidence that the government are going to be running on just exactly that, rebalancing those costs. So a couple of questions to kick us off from the audience. So there's obviously quite a lot of consensus that heat pumps are a viable option, but at the moment there's quite a bottleneck in terms of the supply chain. How do we look to unclog that supply chain as quickly as possible? So, you know, some of the issues to do with the Green Home Grant that we saw are not so evident. Anybody want to take that question? Please put your hands up. If not, yeah, Grosh, please.
Just to kick off a little bit on it, I'm not that convinced that supply chain capacity is going to be the key constraint here. I think there's in all these situations there's a real chicken and egg situation and not to mix the metaphors too much, there's a boy who cried wolf as well. The people have in the past kind of geared up with the capacity to deliver, and then seen government programs like the Green Deal that they'd geared up for not materializing. So there is a bit of resistance there on behalf of installers and designers and assessors. But certainly from the work that we've been doing with partners, well-trained, highly qualified gas engineer installers can be relatively easily repurposed on the installation side. I think what's more important is the design side, where some of the problems that others have alluded to on the discussion so far have resulted for badly sized either heat pumps or emitters. More capacity there is important, but actually software solutions combined with some clever designers will I think solve that. So I'm pretty optimistic that if the policy was right and the demand was right, then the installation capacity would follow, and good quality installation capacity at that, because the standards are now higher than they ever were because of PAS and the whole house requirement. But I think those first two requirements around consumer demand and a supportive policy environment are far from in place right now. So I would focus more on them than on solving a capacity.
Excellent capacity.
And then the capacity will follow.
Thank you, Grosh. Nick or Hannah, do you have any quick comments to make on this topic?
I just agree with that entirely. Actually, I think at the moment there is a real problem with sourcing air pumps, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that the RHI ends at the end of March, and there are a lot of householders that are trying to get in before the end of March. I think once we go past that, although the worldwide supply chain problems won't end, demand will drop off a cliff, particularly in ground source. And I agree that what's really needed is the mechanisms to create a pull that will bring in the expertise, and the supply chain will adapt to that.
Great, thank you. That's my personal view as well. But Hannah?
Yeah, just to say, there have been a few consultations from the government, I think the end of last year, on trying to build the supply chain for heat pumps. So there was a market-based mechanisms consultation, which is trying to figure out the best way to have some kind of obligation for fossil fuel heating manufacturers to produce heat pumps, or to perhaps have a credit, to kind of exchange with heat pump manufacturers. And they're thinking about putting that kind of obligation in the year 2024. And the second consultation is the phasing out of fossil fuels off gas, with this kind of understanding of phasing it out in 2026, or the plan is to. So these are kind of like preliminary consultations and early consultations, and I think more will follow about the detail. So that's the kind of building the supply, and then as I said, there has been concern about where the pull mechanism will come from on the consumer side, which is where you need consumer advice and awareness.
Fantastic. Well, I think we've comprehensively answered that one, I hope. The next question I just want to quickly turn to, because we are shortly running out of time, is, and I hope this doesn't open up a technocratic hornet's nest, but are EPCs fit for purpose? We predicate a lot of policy on EPCs, and without pointing out every single issue to do with EPCs, I would like to get the panel's view, perhaps in a one-word answer, on are they fit for purpose, yes or no, and are we better off chucking the baby out with the bathwater and starting all again, or improving what we've got? So yeah, if I could turn to, if anybody's got a particularly strong view on this, again, show of hands or a glint of inclination in your eyes, perhaps. Yes, go on then, Mike. Thank you for being brave on this one.
I think we shouldn't chuck out the baby with the bathwater. They're well understood. Government targets are aligned to them, but they need to be fit for purpose. And the government's had that message for a number of years. There is slowly an EPC improvement plan coming through, but it needs speeding up, as many of these things do as well. So I wouldn't abandon them, but I would try and fix the problems with them.
Any views to the contrary? Anybody think that we're better off sort of starting something completely from scratch? Obviously in Wales they've got their optimised retrofit programme, and they've been pretty critical about EPCs. Any views to the contrary on this?
I agree with Mike.
Well, I'm glad we've sorted that one out. I think it would be a shame to spurn the opportunity just to improve the current system. I'm sorry we've only got to a couple of questions. As in the first session, I think it's really important to capture some of the queries that have come back and look to answer them offline. And with the support of the panelists, I might look to direct 1 or 2 questions to you in the coming days. If we can get responses back to people, then that would be fantastic. But I've greatly enjoyed this session and your expertise, and I just wanted to thank you very much for your participation. It's true that all of you have underlined the absolute benefit to not just maintaining but increasing and massively expanding efforts to decarbonise the housing stock and target those efforts on low-income households, but also all households to reap the benefits that will come with that. So a big thank you to our panelists and to the attendees of this session. It's now my job to look to briefly sum up and close and get you all away, no doubt, to pick up your kids and various other things. I hope most of all what's come across today is a real consensus of the urgent need to prioritise assistance for low-income and vulnerable consumers, both in the short term and the emergency response that needs to be forthcoming from the UK government immediately, or in the longer term as we look to not only make progress on potentially a reset of the energy market and introduce that more vital, more targeted protection for low-income and vulnerable consumers, but also as we look to address the major challenges of decarbonising our homes. As an organisation, NEA would likes to feel, as Adam mentioned earlier, that we're the connective tissue which makes some of these debates possible. But I want to underline that we're aware that we're only one organisation, and whilst we work with a huge number of organisations, we really welcome those relationships. I hope this has provided a touch point with us and our views for new people and new organisations that perhaps don't interact with us on a frequent basis. I think Adam perhaps summed up the view about the urgency of the situation, that possibly in the most starkest terms when he talked about this being a slow motion train wreck, and vulnerable consumers are tied to the tracks, and if we don't act urgently, then they're going to be impacted, and there's pretty much nothing we can do about it. And whilst that sense of powerlessness, it can be paralysing, and it can mean that we all turn to government and wait for them to offer up the vital assistance that we know is necessary. I think it's all important. I hope today's been an important opportunity to sort of review what we all can do in these coming months. We're going to be massively tested in terms of how impacted people are going to be from this energy crisis. And I hope we can keep on coming up with new ideas and new opportunities to either extend the support that's there or think about new ways in which we can help people. But most of all, we do need government to support our efforts, and we look forward to working with you in our advocacy to ensure that that's the case. But thank you again to all of our panelists and to everybody that's attended the conference. I hope you've enjoyed it and it's been of some use. And we look forward to confirming details shortly of our September conference, which we hope, unlike this one, will be in person, and we'll be able to gather in traditional NEA fashion and probably have a drink or two. So thank you very much, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you and continuing to work with you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.